USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden says the people of Maui will have what they need to recover after the deadly wildfires there.
Today is burned, but it's still standing. Trees survive for a reason. I believe it's a very powerful symbol of what we can and will do to get through this crisis.
While touring the town of Lahaina Monday, he met with families of victims and thanked first responders. The wildfires tore through Maui earlier this month, with the historic Lahaina town taking most of the damage. So far, 114 people have been confirmed dead, with roughly 850 reported missing still. San Diego Mayor Todd Glorious thanking city workers there for their hard work during Tropical Storm Hilary.
I want to again express my appreciation and thanks to our city and county teams for their efforts and preparations over the last several days. Because of their hard work, the worst that we feared never came to pass.
No deaths are reported as a result of the storm, but heavy rains, especially in mountain communities, did cause problems with flooding, mud, and rock slides. Hilary was the first tropical storm to hit the region in 84 years. Former President Trump will be a no-show for the first GOP primary debate this Wednesday.
Former President Donald Trump has confirmed he won't participate in the upcoming Republican presidential primary debate or others. Trump, an early GOP frontrunner, had long expressed reluctance to join rivals on stage due to his commanding lead in the race. I'm John Schaefer.
Bond is set at $200,000 for former President Trump in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County DA Monday to negotiate terms of his bond and release. Trump and co-defendants in the case have until noon Friday to surrender. And House Republicans are issuing subpoenas for 4 IRS and FBI officials as part of their investigation into alleged DOJ interference in the Hunter Biden tax case. This is USA News.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried New Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Workers across the country want more flexibility with their jobs. Bankrate senior economic analyst Mark Hamrick.
Nearly 9 out of 10 workers support a 4-day work week.
He says workers learned some lessons about productivity during the pandemic.
Americans really are prioritizing more flexibility with their work, and they're willing to make certain sacrifices in order to achieve that.
Hamrick says the data from a recent Bankrate survey shows workers are willing to change jobs and even take lower pay if it means they could work 4 days per week. A judge Monday announced an Ohio teen guilty of deliberately crashing her car to kill her boyfriend will spend 15 years to life in prison.
The unintended and collateral consequences of a selfish, intentional, and cruel decision by Mackenzie will ripple forever in time. It's literally changed history because it's ended 2 lives.
Last week, 19-year-old Mackenzie Shirillo was found guilty of killing her 20-year-old boyfriend and a 19-year-old male passenger by smashing her car into a brick wall when she was 17. Cleveland prosecutors said the crash at 100 miles per hour was no accident, and the judge agreed. The Biden administration's warning Americans not to travel to Belarus and urging those in the country to leave immediately. This is due to continued facilitation of Russia's war against Ukraine, so says the State Department. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy. At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That time. Here we go. Everybody ready to roll? Now let's put this thing in overdrive. Here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are. Closing out a Monday, greatest day of the week, and we will work our way time zone to time zone into the 22nd day of August. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. Hey, not a bad night for trailer trucking out there, moving that freight up and down the highways and byways. Most of the country is pretty high and dry. Still have some of our shower activity out west. I don't know, some of the remnants of what was left of Hillary. And some showers and some pockets of heavier rain there in parts of Arizona tonight. Yeah, got some showers in that zone stretching from Phoenix up to east of Las Vegas. They're in southern Nevada. There's some spotty showers north and east of Reno tonight. Then up to northernmost reaches of California into southern, south-central Oregon. Some showers in the mix there. Most of this is spotty stuff. But as we all know, that big dome of high pressure now just centered right in the bullseye heart of the country, which is keeping shower activity pretty much suppressed through many, many states. And it's also a very quiet night on the eastern seaboard. I'm not seeing not a thing showing up from Florida to Maine. Yeah, maybe just a lingering shower to the east of Boston, but that's moving off the coast there. From there, you've got to get back into the northernmost reaches of Minnesota. Most of the rain's on the Canadian side anyway, but how about the heat? Summertime. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, Mother Nature has cranked up the furnace for the latter part of August here. Now, here we are, Secret Bunker, southwest Ohio. It's more like a Florida kind of night. Yeah, a lot of humidity in the air, 78 degrees as we pass the midnight hour here. Yeah, no doubt. Feels more like southern Florida. And in the heart of the country, wow, look at this. Excessive heat warnings in place for 15 states, stretching from Texas and Louisiana all the way to Minnesota and Wisconsin to start the new week. Heat indices above 120 degrees in part of that corridor during the peak heating Monday afternoon. I mean, that level's considered dangerous. Now, get a load of this. Monday afternoon, several towns in Kansas and Missouri reported heat indices topping 130 degrees. Oskaloosa, Kansas topped out feeling like 138. With such a widespread area facing extreme temperatures, energy demand is very stressed, according to AccuWeather. Now, they say temperatures are going to challenge some long-standing records on both sides of the clock. And we're talking daytime highs and warm overnight lows. Heat really started ramping up over the weekend across the south-central states. Wichita, Kansas, hitting an eye-popping 111 Saturday afternoon. Just 3 degrees shy of the all-time August record. Those triple-digit readings will persist across this part of the country through the rest of this week and also expand further northward into the Central Plains and the Midwest. Indeed, the hottest temperatures of the summer here. Record highs are expected to be challenged over consecutive days. Minneapolis, Chicago, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City, and St. Louis, Missouri, Little Rock, Arkansas, Dallas, Texas, New Orleans, among dozens of other locations. Now, some of the record highs date back to a period of extreme heat back in the era of the Dust Bowl, 1936, one of the hottest decades on record in the central portions of the country. Historical average highs beginning a downward trend from the peak midsummer levels by this point in the month. Temperatures, according to AccuWeather, will consistently be running 10 to 20 degrees above the historical average for late August here. Now, the record heat extending as far south and east as Mobile and Atlanta, Georgia. Temperatures in the mid-90s to lower 100 forecast right on through the rest of this week into next weekend. Then, during the overnight hours, of course, the overnight temperatures are just as important to be aware of. The setting sun not offering a whole lot in way of relief. The overnight hours, when temperatures are expected to drop to your daily minimum, can become a secret danger to people during a heat wave. When the air temperature remains at elevated levels as people go to sleep, additional strain on the heart can occur as the body tries to regulate the internal temperatures. Now, obviously, this is people that maybe do not have air conditioning. Overnight lows will barely dip into the 70s, maybe even sticking in the lower 80s in some of the urban areas. If you don't have proper means to sleep in an air-conditioned dwelling, those will be those at a heightened risk of heat-related illness. Now, the temperature doesn't tell the whole story. High humidity levels accompanying the heat, making it harder for the body to cool off when you're outdoors. Your body's perspiration evaporates from the skin at a much slower rate. In these sort of conditions, it's difficult for the body to shed that excess heat, If you're out and about, especially for those who have to work outdoors, the same old advice. Yeah, plenty of water, electrolyte beverages. All right, wellness checks encouraged for those at high risk, the elderly, and those who do not have air conditioning. Yeah, pets and livestock also have to be monitored for heat-related impacts. When will some relief be on the horizon? All right, a pattern change will shift the core of the heat westward during the last weekend of August into early next week. Welcome cooling arrives in time for the weekend across portions of the Midwest, including Minneapolis and Chicago. Highs are going to drop into the 70s and lower 80s behind the cold front. Now, further south, the cool-off not quite as impressive, but temperatures will still drop to levels where we should be this time of year. So some relief for those heat-weary residents. But yes, it's a hot one. All right, yes, indeed. We kind of anticipated when the sun comes up on a Monday morning after the inches of rain falling in parts of California and Nevada during the overnight hours. Hillary dumping over a half a year's worth of rain in Palm Springs in a matter of hours. A stunning record breaker that actually cut off the city's emergency services. Hillary as a tropical storm, of course, hitting Southern California, the first tropical storm in 84 years. 3.18 inches of rain had already fallen by Sunday evening. Now, the previous record for Palm Springs was just a tad over 2 inches of rain on the 1st of August way back in 1930. The rain shutting down portions of I-10 near Palm Springs. California officials of declared a state of emergency, unprecedented rainfall, flooding of local roadways. Palm Springs officials, of course, on into Monday morning, urging people just stay home, avoid driving, but nonetheless, people still get out and find themselves trapped in the floodwaters across the city and surrounding communities. At one point, there was pretty much no way in or out of Palm Springs. That was the case for the majority of what they call the Coachella Valley. We're all stuck. Our major freeway, I-10, is closed both directions. According to the mayor, it was a very extreme situation. And, of course, that was Sunday night into Monday morning. All right, the city of Palm Springs itself actually put out a tweet, or an X, formerly known as Twitter, saying 911 lines were down citywide. If you had an emergency, you had to call the direct line. Meanwhile, of course, the National Hurricane Center had downgraded Hillary to just what they called a post-tropical storm Monday morning, but you were still contending with catastrophic flooding. Remnants of the storm that first brought, of course, the rains to Mexico's Baja California. Some of those showers could linger on into Tuesday morning, but as I mentioned, tonight, those areas that are still seeing some showers, parts of Arizona, a few spotty showers in Utah and northeast of Reno there. That's just the remnants, and things should continue to improve there out west. But it was a mess. There were truck operations. I saw the one photo of a trucker stuck in a mudslide. His truck was buried up to the doors. Videos and images in the wake showing how mudslides and flooding made travel nearly impossible for the truck drivers in parts of the state. Images shared by Caltrans, the California Highway Patrol's Mojave Division, and a local tow truck driver showed that one semi caught up in the bad weather, buried in mud, up to the bottom of the driver-passenger windows. According to the afternoon update from Caltrans, this guy was stuck on State Route 58. Eastbound 58 reopened with a brief detour at the Cameron overpass, but westbound 58 was still closed from exit 165 to Tower Line Road there. Some harrowing photos, though. All right, who we got here? Philly Dan checks in out of the box. Hope your week's off to a good start. Happy Taco Tuesday. Everybody have a great day. All right, Rock Pick checking in from the phone tonight. All right, 65 degrees, and it's dark outside in the Rochester area. Southern Montana, Debbie, all is quiet here and looks to remain that way pretty much for the rest of the week. That's good trucking weather, right? Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Kevin on board, 5-7, copy the mail. Morning, overnight crew. Kentucky Ken, traveling through Wyoming tonight. Yeah, I noticed that, Ken. We were chatting. Ken had called in last evening, and he was holding through the news break, but he lost his cell, so not a problem. Kentucky Ken is on board tonight. Hello to Jerry, 83 degrees in Lamar, Colorado at this hour. Good morning. Or good evening. Safe travels to those who keep American rolling. That's actually Sergeant MacGyver. All right. So what are you at a little past 10 o'clock in the evening? 83. It's a warm night in Colorado. Hello, Shorty. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, where it's also 83 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Laura Louise, two-time world champion bull hauler. 82 in Carthage, Missouri. You notice these nighttime temperatures hanging on in the 80s? Hey, hanging out with a hot-looking blonde. She has her last cancer-related surgery 1 week from today and will be on the road to final recovery. Finally. Anyway, got the overnight drive on the big screen Vizio. A cold Sam Adams and Steve Summers. Didn't get a whole lot better than that, does it? Well, actually, a powerful chrome-plated cow truck at a high speed under the full moon is pretty close to that. But, hey, a special Southwest Missouri shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Northbound 87 in New York. Okay. Lauren says, well, hell, I lied. Face won't let me load onto the Vizio, so just got to watch it like normal on the Samsung. Hello, Pappy. 78 degrees. Yes, indeed. In the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is that time. Turn it up and dial up at 844-844-3388. Are you with me? All right. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, not seeing Miss Millie on board at this point, but several hours ago, Gabby did post a little update and saying, hello, everybody, just letting everyone know that I fixed Grammy's internet. She was really upset that all she could do was text and private message. Poor Grammy. She says she's electronically illiterate, but she is the sweetest, smartest, and I love her dearly. Wish she would get well, but she's worked so hard in her lifetime. Yeah, even public service when she was just 12 years old. It helped her mama raise her 5 sisters and brothers. But thank you all for being her friend. She prays all the time for all of you. Want you to be safe out there, and she always prays God's blessings for each one of you. She's taking a nap right now. But I'll have her tell her I sent a message to everybody. I'm going to stay with her a couple days here before my school starts next Monday. All right, everybody, be safe, be blessed. Thank you. Yeah, she'll be glad she can listen tonight if she doesn't fall asleep. So maybe she'll wake up and join us at some point. But yeah, thanks for the update there, Gabby. Also an update, last weekend, mentioned the fact that hundreds of truck drivers, supposedly the best of the best in the nation, had gathered in Columbus, Ohio. It was the National Truck Driving Championships. And final word, UPS driver James Greg Wilson of Nevada has been named the Bendix Grand Champion of the 2023 National Truck Driving Championships. Greg delivered a flawless performance to take home the industry's top prize and earn the title of Grand Champion, according to ATA President and CEO Chris Spear. This accomplishment epitomizes his entire career, 37 years and more than 2.5 million miles accident-free driving. All of the professional drivers who competed last week are phenomenal ambassadors for the industry, shining examples of highway safety and their commitment to excellence. That makes us proud. They call it the Super Bowl of safety. Dating back to 1937, this year's competitors accumulated more than 643 million accident-free miles in their professional driving careers. Pretty impressive. But to clinch the title, Wilson's driving accuracy and knowledge of truck safety was scored the highest of 418 state champion professional truck drivers from 49 states competing in all vehicle classes, according to the ATA news release. I know Alaska was there. I guess Hawaii was the only state not represented. Wilson, who competed in the tank truck division, has been a professional truck driver for 37 years. All right, there you go. Congratulations to the grand champion there. And our number, 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. American workers are demanding a record amount of money to take a new job. Liz Warner reports.
The New York Federal Reserve's latest survey of the minimum acceptable salary offer to switch jobs topped $78,000 during the second quarter of 2023. That's an increase of about 8% from last year and is the highest level on record. The survey also noted at least a $7,000 gap between the wage workers want and what was actually offered by employers. Liz Warner, New York.
The Pentagon's former top policy official says Elon Musk admitted to speaking directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's according to a report from The New Yorker. The inference was that Musk was becoming nervous about Russia seeing Musk's Starlink satellites as a direct provocation, enabling the Ukrainian war effort. In a tweet in October, Musk denied reports he had a conversation with Putin. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Going back last week when I mentioned the truck driving championships were getting underway there in Columbus, Ohio. I brought up the fact that I was just kind of curious that undoubtedly there would have been some drivers for Yellow Corporation slated to participate. Wasn't sure how that was going to pan out. Well, I've got an answer to that question. Many of the qualified Yellow drivers indeed were able to make it. One of those was Dan Istri, who was a 7-time Idaho state champion from Caldwell.
He was there, climbed into the cab to compete in the Twins division there at the Truck Driving Championships. While most of the 400-plus drivers had been practicing right up till the competition, he hadn't been in a truck for 3 weeks. One of those 22,000 union drivers with the Yellow Corporation abruptly laid off on July 30th. He drove a triple trailer truck for Yellow and its predecessor for 29 and a half years. And the time off in August, he says, was the longest he's ever gone without being in a truck in his nearly 40-year career behind the wheel. He said it's been rough, it's been hard. Eyes kind of tearing up as he described the last month at Yellow and the uncertainty that he and 17 other Yellow drivers who had qualified for the Truck Driving Championships faced. He said, you have your ups, you have your downs. Ultimately, though, 15 of the 18 Yellow drivers who qualified for this year's event were able to compete. 2 drivers who did not participate declined because they had already found a new job and couldn't take time off. The third driver needed to get a medical procedure done and chose to have that done before he starts his new position. Those who did make it and competed were there thanks to the work of several individuals, but 2 in particular that actually spearheaded an effort to raise more than $30,000 for the drivers' travel and hotel expenses. And throughout the week, last week, they said many had gone out of their way to make those drivers feel welcome there. But yeah, a couple of folks started up a GoFundMe and indeed raised the funds for these out-of-work drivers who had qualified to be able to be there and participate. But, all right, so good luck to all those. Hope you find a job soon, right? Morning, Horse Feathers, out of the box on a Tuesday.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Had the main headset there, decide that its battery needed to be recharged, so we're on the backup headset, so let me know if we have any modulation issues here. Not sure.
I wonder what kind of unit that is, huh?
I don't know. We won't discuss that. So, anyways, forwarded you an email I got there a little earlier today. I guess there was another purchase in the industry here, in the oil industry. So, but it does affect transportation as well. So anyways, the Crestwood oil people there, I guess they found a buyer, or whether they wanted to find a buyer or whether they had a hostile takeover or how it all worked, I'm not really sure, but you might be able to look into that a little more and explain a little more, because I haven't had a chance to even read it yet. I just caught the headlines, but I did find out that the transportation part of Crestwood is going to go to Hilco Transportation. And I'm not really sure how all that's going to work, because Hilco Transportation is a non-union type transportation people, and Crestwood there, of course, being in the oil industry, they're union. So they had a lot of owner-operators that work for them, and not just as a lease. They were, I mean, pretty much, it's not a lease purchase from the company. These are people that outright own their own trucks, and have signed a lease agreement to work for them. They're not doing the lease purchasing or anything like that for their vehicles. So anyways, it'll be interesting to see, because a lot of those people didn't sound real happy about the way things might go, because the working for percentage, the rate that Hilco pays compared to what Crestwood does is not quite the same, Your Honor. So they might be going to look to work for other transportation haulers and leave where they were at. So not sure how all that'll work, but as I say, maybe you can delve in a little deeper on that and find out more information. And I'm not sure what it's going to do to fuel prices, because they're not just gas and oil transportation. They're refining. I mean, Crestwood owned refineries, and there's companies that the corporation that bought them owns refineries, so it's everything from asphalt to fuel oil to gas to you name it, home heating fuel, gasoline. It's all the products that come out of a barrel of oil, and the transportation. So I don't know what's going to happen because now there's one less company involved, and one company's bigger. And aren't we supposed to stop this monopoly? Having this monopolizing type effect. Didn't Ronald Reagan break up AT&T?
Yeah, right. Ma Bell, correct.
What? Yeah. So how come all of these big companies keep buying each other up, and now we got less and less companies and more big companies, and I don't know. So don't know where it's all going to end, Your Honor. Probably end when we're all owned by China. So we'll see how it all works out, I guess. But other than that, yeah, I guess I have to agree with Rockpick. It's dark here, Your Honor.
Yeah, right.
That dark.
That's surprise.
So, but we got 77 degrees right now, so we're not chilled off there like they're up there by Lake Ontario.
Yeah, so I guess it was a hot one today, but I guess you are supposed to cool off for later today, right?
Now I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't know. I was asleep for part of the day, and then had to go down there to the local dentist's office, and they thought they had to drill for oil there to put some plastic in a cavity that I had. So we did that this afternoon, and Joe is just starting to feel a little better now after taking some Tylenol through the evening here. So we're back at it. We'll see what we're doing, and I guess we wish all the best there to that hot, what is it, the hot blonde wife, is it there?
Well, correct, yes.
Got her last surgery?
Yes.
Yeah, so we wish all the best to her, to what her outcome is and how it all comes out. So, but other than that, I guess we don't have any big news until about 24 hours from now, right? 24 hours from now, we're actually going to have executives on the air here.
We'll see if they actually want to get on the air or not. I don't know. I mean, Mindy may say hello, so I don't know. I think she might be a little bit radio shy, but we will find out. Yeah, Mindy's going to be here. Bud will be in the house. So, yep. Hey, you guys, you got to keep me busy now. You don't let me down for my Wednesday morning hump day.
Keep you busy and keep you serious, right? We're gonna stay on the serious side, not to get all too goofy or
correct,
kind of out of control.
Yeah,
make it sound professional. Make it sound professional there for the executives. So anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you there, Your Honor. And maybe we'll check in a little later there. We'll see how the night develops, and if we hear anything new or more update, and we'll certainly be listening to what you can find out there on your end.
All right. We'll see what we can do, as always. All right. Of course, President made his visit to Hawaii this past day. Now, the mayor was peppered with questions when he made a visit to Lahaina last week. They were trying to update. They have no idea how many children are missing. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the inferno swept through the town on August the 8th. The mayor said no idea how many kids are missing. Of course, they have recovered 110 bodies thus far, 114, I believe it is now. The governor, Hawaii's governor, announced on Sunday that over 1,000 people in Lahaina remain missing, including children. His quote was, "More than 1,000 are unaccounted for, about 1,050. Do I wish those sirens went off? Of course I do. And I think the answer that the emergency administrator from Maui, who resigned, was, of course, unsatisfactory to the world. But it is the case that we have historically not used those kinds of warnings for fires." But as the president arrived in Maui, at least one island resident not all that thrilled with the visit. "Trader Joe must go," read the sign in front of his home. The island resident who let his sign do the talking, not alone in expressing a lack of enthusiasm for a president who when asked about the disaster, had replied, no comment. One of the volunteers, Eddie Garcia, scoffed at the event as he handed out fruit to people made homeless by the fires. He said this was a public relations tactic. They have failed us on every level. Speaking about the government's response to the fires, their red tape, their bureaucracy. The Times reported Biden took a 20-minute helicopter flight over the damaged areas of Maui. Pearl Patterson said he really needs to look at this rubble and see this was no ordinary fire. Again, the death toll now stands at 114. No official estimate of the number of missing actually exists. Stuart Varney on Fox News said the White House reaction to the Maui tragedy has made Biden appear out of touch. That no comment scenario was tone deaf. The images of a president relaxing on the beach while Maui burned didn't help his father of the nation image. Now, he went on to say, I think this president is physically exhausted. He's 80. He's frail. He needs rest. And we will return into 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quick update here. The deadline to comment on the proposal to mandate automatic emergency braking systems on big trucks. It's about 2 weeks away now. Of course, by now we should all know the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA published that joint proposal that would require automatic emergency braking systems and electronic stability systems on new vehicles that weigh more than 10,000 pounds. They have been accepting public comments, and they will continue through September the 5th. As of this past day, about 700 comments had been filed through the regulations.gov website. Many of those comments coming from truck drivers who are opposed to the mandate at this point. Truck driver Timothy Scott says, I think that they should hold off until the system is flawless. I have it in my truck, and it's very dangerous. If you're driving down the road, it will detect street signs above the highway and hit the brakes. If someone is tailgating you or there's snow or ice on the road, you have a dangerous situation. Now, once they have perfected it, I don't think it'll be a bad thing. But until they do, they should not make it mandatory. I don't know. I mean, technically, the rulemaking, if they do pass this ruling, it doesn't actually kick in for 3 years after the implementation. Do you think 3 years' time will be enough to have it perfected? I would certainly think it should be. But I guess time will tell. Morning, 5-7.
Good morning. Before I get to what I called about, are we at war? Did we declare war with Russia yet?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. As I was hearing on the news that Elon Musk was talking to Putin, I guess trying to reassure him about that his satellites and little things he's shooting in the air and how it will affect Russia or not affect Russia. And I just sort of wondered why that was an issue. I mean, unless we're at war with a country, I don't see where any businessman can't talk to, leaders of another nation. So that part of the news sort of that's one of them things where they report something and it sort of leaves you hanging in the air.
A little fuzzy, a little fuzzy in what's going on.
Okay, now I'm having a little bit of fun. Well, not this part. The fires, of course, it's because of, climate change.
Yeah.
Global warming. I like what somebody said on Newsmax. Well, if that's a fact, how come Guam, Midway, and the other island chains are not on fire right now? And, so that's just another, absurdity being thrown out at us. The problem is, with little common sense, it's going to drive us all nuts with this government that has no sense at all. But I've got the answer. It's hideous thought that you're going to just hand $700 to these Hawaiians like this. That I understand that. It's very expensive over there. And I don't think $700 would probably pay for 2 days in any of those motels. Do you?
Right.
I got the answer. Let Hawaii declare war on Russia, and all of a sudden Biden will start sending billions over there. What do you think?
Okay, all right.
Okay, I got the reaction. I was hoping somebody would laugh at that. I thought it was funny. I don't care what anybody says. Other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the show and try not to harass you anymore. But this is 5-7 on our way to Savannah. Enjoying the radio show and the camaraderie that we have here.
All right. So, hey, well, thanks for checking in. Have a safe night out there. Careful rolling through the swamp. All right. Hello to Rodney. Hot in Nebraska, he says. Gilligan, morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Overcast, but we're dry and 74 degrees. Dublin, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Most Americans, they tell us, have been involved in a car crash due to distracted driving. According to the online company Compare the Market, survey conducted by Compare the Market reveals that 4 out of 5, 80% of Americans have been involved in a crash where distracted driving was a factor. Now, they used a pretty broad definition of distracted driving, now including such factors as weather, top 10 biggest distractions for American drivers. Weather conditions at 41%. Eating or drinking, followed by dealing with children or pets. Writing or reading a text message with a phone in the hand at 29%. Yeah, phoning with device in hand. Being lost in thoughts, ideas, and problems. Mess within the car. Okay. Yeah. Outside person, object, or event, and drowsy driving. All those on the list. Top 3 vehicles. Now, why this would matter, I don't know. Top 3 vehicles involved in distracted driving crashes. The Honda Civic, the Toyota Corolla, and Toyota Camry, according to the survey. I can't help but wonder, do you take into account how many people drive said vehicles that topped the list? I mean, the more of whichever type of vehicles on the road, obviously, the more of said vehicle that would be involved in incidents. But approximately 13% of drivers stated their vehicle had been written off due to a distracted driving incident, totaled in other words. When driving, there were several internal and external stimuli that can cause us to be distracted. Weather conditions, a mess in your vehicle. Our research has emphasized the sheer number of potential distractions to drivers. However, it has also been pointed out that despite the well-known hazards of actions like texting while driving, many drivers continue to engage in these activities. And yeah, the Cambridge Mobile Telematics earlier this year, I think we did share that study at the time, showing that distracted driving, despite laws, mandates, outlawing, it's getting worse. Distracted driving is increasing. They said the state of distracted driving in 2023 and the future of road safety study said distracted driving has increased by 20% from 2020 to last year. 2 of the key metrics, phone motion and screen interaction, were up 21% and 23% respectively. Those worse offenders out there are more than 240% more likely to crash than the safest drivers. But yep, see it out there every day, rolling down the interstate, phone in hand. They're doing that little thumb action thing, texting while driving. All right, 844-844-3388. Lines available a Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden meeting with survivors of the wildfires in Maui as well as local officials on Monday. White House Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton said Biden will continue to work to help residents in Hawaii.
So he's asking all those questions and ensuring that FEMA is continuing to do the hard work of figuring out how we break down barriers and move critical assistance out to people as fast as possible.
Officials say 850 people are still missing, and search and rescue efforts continue. 114 people have been confirmed dead so far. Issues at airports are slowing down due to Tropical Storm Hillary on the West Coast. According to FlightAware, over 2,300 flights have been delayed within, into, or out of the U.S. on Monday. Meanwhile, close to 300 flights have been canceled. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring heavy rain and wind to South Texas tonight and Tuesday.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on Monday. He's expected to turn himself in by noon on Friday. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, House Republicans have subpoenaed 4 IRS and FBI officials to testify in the ongoing Hunter Biden investigations. There are claims the DOJ interfered to slow the investigations of Hunter Biden down. The singer-songwriter behind the viral hit Rich Men North of Richmond is making Billboard chart history. Oliver Anthony's song has debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. He's the first artist to earn the top spot with no prior chart history in any form. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audien hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audien hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
A new report says Donald Trump has already recorded an expected interview with ex-Fox News host Tucker Carlson. Lisa Taylor has more.
The former president intends to skip the first Republican presidential primary debate in Milwaukee Wednesday and instead plans to air the pre-recorded interview with Carlson, according to NBC News. It's not clear where the interview will appear, but Carlson has been releasing interviews on X, formerly known as Twitter, since he was fired by Fox earlier this year. Trump confirmed plans to skip the debate over the weekend, citing his consistent lead in the polls. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Texas border with Mexico is playing host to a handful of GOP governors who are touring one of the hot spots for illegal immigration. The delegation's led by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Half of the states are banding together to step up and secure a border that President Biden has abandoned.
Since 2020, drug-related deaths have increased by 35%. The FDA has approved a vaccine that's given to pregnant women in order to protect newborn babies from RSV. Abrezvo, a single-dose shot, would be given to expectant mothers late in their pregnancy and trigger the development of antibodies that are passed on to the fetus. RSV, a respiratory infection that causes cold-like symptoms, is common in young children. A superhero is replacing a doll at the top of the box office. Barely. Blue Beetle ended the 4-week reign of Barbie. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go. Looks like Miss Millie woke up to join us. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. I cannot believe it took an 11-year-old to fix my internet and several days to get out of Facebook jail. Anyway, 76 degrees here in my area of the Bluegrass State. Everybody stay safe and be blessed. All right, good morning, Miss Millie. Gabby shared with us that she got you back up and running there, so it's amazing. Don't feel like you're alone, Miss Millie. We're all us older folks are technologically challenged. All right, mentioned the tropics on the Atlantic side, on the heels of all the coverage of Hillary in recent days. They do tell us a disturbance forecasters have been watching for well over a week indeed has the potential to join the frenzy of tropical storms in the Atlantic Basin as it will approach southern Texas today, Tuesday. Now, the system in the Gulf is going to spread heat and drought-relieving rain, but also raise the risk of flash flooding in parts of the state during the middle of this week. All right, tropical rainstorm designated by the National Hurricane Center as potential Tropical Cyclone 9 Monday morning. Was upgraded to a tropical depression late Monday while over the central Gulf of Mexico. Now, as a tropical rainstorm, this system already brought drenching rains and gusty thunderstorms to the Bahamas late last week and Florida over the weekend. You saw 2 to 3 inches of rain falling over the Florida Keys. Now, some of the drought-stricken areas on the west coast of Florida picked up 1/4 to 1 inch of rain. But they tell us every hour this system remains over the Gulf is going to increase the chance of it becoming a tropical storm before pushing well inland over South Texas. Yeah, the proximity to the warm waters, water temperatures well into the 80s right now, high enough to foster an upgrade to a tropical storm. Yeah, a critical temperature near 80 degrees is needed for a tropical system to brew. Additionally, breezes in the path not strong as to inhibit formation, as in wind shear. The main impacts coming to South Texas will be an uptick in winds, waves, and squally rains along the central and southern Texas coast into the day today. Rip currents will increase in strength, posing a danger to swimmers. Now we're talking winds ranging between 40 and 60 miles per hour from just north of, say, Brownsville to Port Lavaca, Texas. In that zone, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. I mean, we're just a few miles per hour shy of hurricane force. Stiff east to northeast winds north of the storm center will push tides and water levels above normal along much of the Texas coast. So some minor coastal flooding, a storm surge of 1 to 3 feet anticipated along central and the southern Texas coast. Now, as this pushes westward over the lower Rio Grande Valley between now and Wednesday, there will be some drenching rains and gusty, maybe severe thunderstorms. That will provide some relief from nearly an entire summer of drought and excess heat in the region. A general 1 to 4 inches of rain will fall on southern Texas from this storm. Could see some locally higher amounts, perhaps the mountains in the Big Bend area of Texas along the Rio Grande River. We could see 12-inch rainfalls assigned to this storm. Now, the exact track of the rain in Texas is going to depend on how organized this thing gets. Many of the downpours will likely take a curve to the northwest, then take a northern path into western Texas and maybe even New Mexico and possibly as far as eastern Arizona between midweek and late this week. That rain's going to move along the southern and western flank of that big heat dome over the middle portions of the country. All right, does not look like we're going to see any rain as far as Dallas or Austin from this storm. It's going to be further south. Very little, if any, rain, maybe even in the Houston area. It's really going to be a southernmost reaches of Texas sort of system. But be aware, that'll be coming in. You can see that well-defined heavy rains there in the Gulf of Mexico. All right, it pretty much looks like a zone from about Corpus Christi further south as this thing's kind of moving almost due west at this hour. All right, Gilligan got his week started. What's going on?
Oh, not much. Driving down 77, eating Reese cups.
Here we
up
are.
Here on top of Fancy Gap. Yeah. My normal, guys, not my normal gig. I'm on a little different run than I normally do. Guys on vacation. This is a little better run, even pays a little better. So I got a little, that's a plus.
Yeah.
Steve, I was wondering, was Hillary, when she come ashore, was she a tropical storm or was she still a hurricane?
It came in as a hurricane in the Baja Peninsula. It had been downgraded. Okay. It was tropical storm before it arrived in Southern California.
Okay. I was just curious on that. You brought up last night that it looks like Death Valley is going to get 5 inches of rain. It could turn it into basically a lake.
Right.
That's just unimaginable that one of the lowest places below sea level, the lowest one in the United States, but one of the lowest places on earth, as dry as that is, that gets 5 inches of rain. That's unbelievable. If you really want to check out a place, I can't remember the name of it, but it's in Peru. There's a desert in Peru that literally, from what I heard on the History Channel the other day, it has not rained in 300 years. You think Death Valley's dry? Try that desert down there in Peru. It's crazy how dry it is. There's absolutely nothing lives there. No plant life, no nothing whatsoever. Also, Horse Feathers brought up that this rain ought to bring the reservoirs up out there that fed Las Vegas and such. There was that record snowfall last winter. have you seen anything, updates on how much them reservoirs was brought up after the melt? I mean, from what I understand, they had come up a good bit from all that snow melt off.
Definitely. I mean, they were definitely seeing some replenishment. I haven't seen anything as far as new updates from Hillary yet, but
right.
I know they did say. I mean, Death Valley officially got more than a year's worth of rain in like 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain. You know, I got something else to mention. I am very upset with Captain Ron. As you know, while he was on his trip up to Michigan, I filled in on him for 2 nights as best I could. He promised me a bucket full of Reezy Cups. You know what that scoundrel sent me, Steve?
What's that?
He sent me a bucket full of empty wrappers. It wasn't a Reezy Cup one. It was, I don't know. Well, I think Charlie might try to check in later if you want him to. And I hope everybody has a safe night, and thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, they had the heavy rains in Las Vegas and a lot of park closures. Closures were still in effect Monday at Lake Mead, Death Valley, and Joshua Tree National Monument as they tried to sort out the damage from the rains. Lake Mead National Recreation Area officials announced early Monday evening the park would be open today, Tuesday, after closing on the 19th. Thankfully, no injuries. Facilities received minimal damage in the wake of the storm. So, pleased to announce we're going to be open for business once again. Most facilities and services are fully operational. The exceptions are the concessionaire-operated Las Vegas Boat Harbor, which was severely damaged in August 18th monsoon, and the Calville Bay Marina, which is without power. There's currently no marina fuel available in the Boulder Basin. Boaters should plan accordingly. Contact the concessionaires directly for updates to the status of those services. Let's see. Portions of the park received overnight storm damage. Teams are out assessing the damage this past day. We'll be doing assessments, bringing operations back online in an orderly fashion. We expect to be fully back to normal operations by Tuesday. Now, Death Valley National Park, the Park Service and California Highway Patrol were searching for anyone stranded in remote areas of the park and assessing impacts on the ground. Caltrans and NPS were looking to clear an exit route on California 190 so visitors and employees can safely exit the park. They haven't officially released a timetable for reopening the park, but a year's worth of rain fell in a single day, forcing 400 residents, travelers, and employees to shelter in place at Furnace Creek, Stovepipe Wells, and Panamint Springs. The unprecedented rain came in 2 bursts, with about an inch of rain Sunday morning and another inch of rain Sunday night. Preliminary data from the Weather Service rain gauge at Furnace Creek recorded 2.20 inches. That's the average annual rainfall. Once that's verified, that would be the single rainiest day in Furnace Creek history. Higher amounts of rain fell in the mountains. Now, power was indeed restored to the park by 1:30 Monday afternoon. They also have cell phone service restored. Responding to some broken sewer lines, releasing raw sewage into the desert below Stovepipe Wells. Let's see, what else? Joshua Tree National Monument began assessing damage early Monday. They found large amounts of sand and debris on roads, which they had started to clear. They also believe they should be open for business as of today, Tuesday. All visitor centers and paved roads will be open. All dirt roads and campgrounds will remain closed until further assessment. They warned that the rains could bring tortoises out on the roads. Watch the roads carefully and always brake for the tortoises. To help a tortoise off the road, remember to move them slow and low in the direction they're going. And only move a tortoise if it's safe to do so. Yeah, there have been instances people stopping to help the tortoise and somebody coming through and actually hitting the person trying to help the turtle get across the road. All right, 19 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I do believe I brought it up last evening. If you tune in to the likes of the mainstream media, I don't know, you may still watch your ABC or NBC, CBS Evening News, whatever the source. The mainstream, they've been hyping the latest COVID variant. Shared last evening where the TSA said, hey, get ready, the mask mandates are coming back. Then we heard from the Border Patrol said, yeah, they've been notified, the mask mandates are coming back. Tyler Durden says, Eris, E-R-I-S, Eris, the most recent COVID variant, is supposedly causing spikes in cases all over the world. The story goes that England, Ireland, the U.S., all being hit hard. Oh, it's reached Australia as well. Yes, scientists are clamoring for the return of masks. We've already been over everything you need to know about Eris. Long story short, this mutation of COVID, it's pretty much just another made-up name for the flu. And the variants are coats of paint they slap on the narrative to try to keep it looking fresh. Now, I have already theorized Eris' existence was a need to keep COVID alive, and that in part of it, but I also missed something that should have been obvious. The next round of COVID vaccines are set to hit the shelves next month. Ha-ha! Yeah, now, for those who have lost count, I believe we're up to 6 or 7 shots now. This updated vaccine is nothing to do with Eris. Of course, as much as the language in the headlines implies it has been adapted for the latest variant, it hasn't. I mean, this was in the works well before Eris was even said to exist. Now, Moderna actually had the brass balls to claim that they did a trial showing their updated vaccine protects against Eris. Now, considering Eris first hit the headlines a few weeks ago, looks like Moderna may have broken their own record in terms of speedy trials. It's just the same old slop it's always been. Yeah, let's be honest, it could be water, it could be anything. After all, what you're being injected with wasn't the point. The point was that you got injected because you were told to. It was about forcing obedience. All right, the government's handing over vast amounts of cash to the pharmaceutical companies, obviously. But they already have the money, and most people allegedly took the vaccine, so why are they still going with this? You got to appreciate the huge amount of effort that went into hypnotizing millions, maybe billions of people into acting against their own best interest. And it's a spell that's easier to maintain than restart. Just consider the fact that the first dose, when the vaccines first became available in 21, allegedly over 200 million Americans took it. By the time the boosters were coming out last fall, that was down to 50 million. I mean, that's a 75% drop-off in a year's time. But you're kind of like confirming the masks are coming back. Here we go. Dateline Hollywood. COVID mask mandates are returning. Lionsgate, the first major studio to reinstate masking and daily testing for their Los Angeles office workers. Lionsgate is requiring employees who physically work at the headquarters in Santa Monica to wear a mask at all times when in the building, effective immediately, except when alone in an enclosed office or large open workspace. In addition, employees are required to submit to daily COVID testing and to report the results to the company, according to the internal memo obtained by Deadline. Employees must wear a medical-grade face covering, surgical mask, KN95 or N95, when indoors. All right, actively eating, actively drinking at their desk or workstation, of course, will be the exception. Or if they're the only individual present in a large open workspace. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health has reported a recent uptick in transmissions, but overall metrics remain at a low level of concern. A growing number of colleges and medical institutions around the country are also reinstating mask mandates. Of course, as I said, the mainstream news media running articles pushing for the return of face coverings. Former Obama official and MSNBC medical contributor Kavita Patel said that a rise in COVID cases meant it's time to bring back the masks. Now, this, as the Biden administration is, as I just mentioned, ramping up another round of COVID hysteria, pressuring Americans to get the latest booster that comes out next month. That's led to growing suspicion that Democrats will not only impose mask mandates, but propose bringing back mass lockdowns ahead of the next presidential election. Kind of a repeat of 2020.
USA News Update. One California city has new daily summer rain records thanks to Tropical Storm Hilary. The storm system dumped over 3 inches of rain on the desert city of Palm Springs to break its record, while Los Angeles County had more than 7 inches fall. Meanwhile, San Bernardino County saw over 13 inches, and the mountains of Riverside County recorded nearly a foot of rain. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring rain and winds to South Texas.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast of Texas.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says that storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain to parts of South Texas. The number of people missing in Lahaina is now believed to be closer to 850. That's according to a new FBI-vetted list. That number was recently believed to be as high as 2,000. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I know we mentioned it last evening, but a lot of folks start their week. Be the first night out there, Monday night into here comes a Tuesday. So we'll mention once again that update on what's going on with Yellow. Looks like we got a little bit of a bidding war. LTL carrier Old Dominion Freight Line has entered a $1.5 billion bid for Yellow's terminals. According to the Friday filing in Delaware bankruptcy court, so this new offer exceeds the $1.3 billion bid from the LTL peer Estes Express line, which was revealed in a Thursday update last week. The offer for the 166 terminal portfolio is a stalking horse purchase agreement wherein the bidder sets the floor for the value of the assets to be sold out of a bankruptcy estate. Now, the properties will still undergo a marketing and sale process in which higher offers from other parties may be accepted. Terms on this offer, provided a maximum breakup fee of $26 million and up to $2 million in expense reimbursement. Old Dominion is required to make a 5% deposit, and the bid remains effective for 180 days. The Thursday court proceeding also named the bankruptcy financing lenders, which turned out to be hedge funds Citadel and MFN Partners, will provide a $142.5 million in debtor-in-possession financing. That gives Yellow's estate the funds necessary to liquidate the assets. The deal also includes an additional commitment from MFN for a delayed draw of up to $70 million. Now, Citadel recently bought Yellow's term loan from Apollo Global Management after the superior debtor-in-possession financing offers came forward after the bankruptcy filing. Apollo's debtor-in-possession deal was said to be the only viable offer provided to Yellow prior to the bankruptcy petition. But again, several offers had come in after that. Thus, there's the changes. Will there be any other bids potentially coming in? They'll, I guess, $1.3 billion, $1.5 billion. Yeah, got to get 1.7. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Eagle. What's happening this morning?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm out here on the road now over here in good old Alabama. In Alabama right now, we're getting ready to roll back to Texas. Try to get to by Friday, Saturday for the weekend, see what goes on. See what goes on in this other episode of as the Trump world turns, Steve. It's like a damn soap opera. Every day is new news on Trump's situation. Now we got news today that the judge, or whoever the hell his people talked to today, has set his bond at $200,000. Yeah, did you hear that number, Steve? $200,000 bond. So you still there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they really trying to stick it to him. $200,000 on that situation. They could have made it a lot lower than that. It could have been $50,000 or $10,000 or something. The amount doesn't have to be. I'm surprised it ain't a damn $1 million. To be honest with you, as much as they, huh?
Yeah, like
I'm
he's
surprised they didn't make
like he's a murder suspect or something, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised it ain't $1 million with these people, Steve. Nothing surprises me at this situation anymore. Like I told you last night, the prosecutor, that case Georgia case should immediately be taken to another town in Georgia to find the jurors for this. They're not going to find no people to work that case in Fulton County that's going to give Donald Trump a honest and fair deal, including the prosecutor, Miss Fannie or whatever her name is. I can guarantee you, she's not. You look at these court dates, Steve, like I told you last week, the last word that all four of these indictments, the last word that the prosecutor said was, "We want this done as quickly as possible." And I wonder why they want it done as quickly as possible. Because they want it done before the election takes place. They want to have Donald Trump guilty or something, because that'll take even more votes away from Donald Trump. If they vote for this loser, and when I say loser, Steve, I mean with a capital L. I'll get to Joe Biden in just a few seconds, because I got something real good to say about this loser, because I'm about fed up with him. About last year, I was fed up with him. But anyway, Steve, when it comes to Donald Trump, like I told you when I was in yesterday before I left, it's like a movie set. It's like every camera, every TV station from all over the USA gonna be in downtown Atlanta, Georgia on Thursday, as Trump announced that he's gonna turn himself into the court on Thursday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
That's the day. So all the Democrats, get your cameras ready, get your videotapes, video quarters ready. A minister and that other loser that called the show last week, Douglas. Yeah, get your cameras ready, my man, and your TV, and get everything ready so you can have it on tape, so you can have something to talk about. Douglas say he want to see Donald Trump go to jail. Well, I hope you be watching on Thursday, my man. You'll get your wish. But I promise you, one of these days, I'll get my wish, and Joe Biden to be going to jail, Mr. Douglas. But anyway, Steve, here's how it goes with Joe Biden. Once again, Joe Biden embarrassed himself. It seems like it's a weekly deal with this guy. Nobody wanted him over there in Hawaii. They had signs greeting him, telling him to go back to where he come from. You're about a week and a half, 2 weeks late, my man. Joe Biden should have been hit the ground in Hawaii, Steve. He should have been and anybody have any doubts about American citizens being second priorities to Georgia, because I know you got some listeners out there that support this guy. Here's how it goes, Steve. The same week that Joe Biden decided to give the people of Hawaii $700, which is pure trash, he sent billions of dollars over to Ukraine, another hijacking of the American people. So just in case people didn't know where Joe Biden's priorities are at, ask those people over there in Hawaii. As a matter of fact, when Joe Biden was in Hawaii, they asked him how much money if he gave them. I bet you he didn't give him as much as he gave Ukraine. You can best believe that, Steve. It's a damn shame that this guy is getting away with what he's doing, Steve. Like I said, the people in Hawaii, a lot of those people didn't even want to have nothing to do with him because he's no good. And I asked you the same question last night, Steve, about Joe Biden. Here's how you know that the fix is on with the election in 2024, just like it was in 2020. I heard somebody say on TV, that one lady had the nerve to tell Trump, you can't say that the election was rigged. Well, I'm going to say it's rigged. I don't care what she says, because I know it was rigged in 2020. But anyway, Steve, here's how it goes. The fix is on, Steve. Anybody in their right mind, you can clearly see that Joe Biden is not 100%. And yet these Democrats are still saying Biden is their man for 24. So that tells you what kind of agenda. They want Trump out of the whole picture in jail by the time the election come around. If things go according to plan, as the Democrats see it, Donald Trump will be in a jail somewhere in America, and Joe Biden will have a free ride right into the White House. And, because you look at the cast of characters that's going to be on your television on Wednesday night, Steve, which is a total waste of television time. I don't even know why they're having a Republican debate because none of these individuals are even close to Donald Trump in percentage. A lot of them at 0 and 1%, including big fat boy Chris Christie, who's going to had the nerve to say this week that Donald Trump was a coward. No, you're the coward, my man. A fat boy. You could even challenge Donald Trump to show up to the debate. He didn't have to show up to the debate because there's nothing to debate with you, Chris Christie. You go and figure out how to get you some people to vote for you, my man, before you decide to call Donald Trump to the television. Figure out how you're going to win the election, and then maybe you could tell Donald Trump to show up to the debate. That pisses me off, Steve, when I hear somebody like that. And the governor of Florida, DeSantis, saying the same thing. It's none of your business if Donald Trump shows up to the debate or not. He's in the lead. He makes that decision, not you. So here's how it goes. I'd advise all your listeners out there, Steve, don't even wait. Don't even turn your television on Wednesday night to watch those losers debate and talk about Trump all night, because here's something that all those people that's going to show up on Wednesday night don't know, Steve. They have no chance in hell of getting in the White House in 2024, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I wonder what the viewership will be for that first Republican debate. Will anyone have any interest whatsoever in hearing what these individuals, that are polling in the 2%? And I guess seeing as I guess DeSantis is going to be there, most of the analysts I've been seeing headlines about say they're all going to kind of focus their attention on DeSantis now. But his numbers have been pretty consistently dropping as well. But that's he mentioned Trump's bond $200,000 in the Georgia case. Trump will turn himself in Fulton County Jail Thursday. The bond agreement obtained in a document signed by the Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and Trump's defense attorneys also bars Trump from intimidating co-defendants, witnesses, or victims in the case, including on social media. What are they trying to say? He's not allowed to post anything. No freedom of speech. Is that what they're saying? The order says Trump cannot make any direct or indirect threat of any nature against witnesses or co-defendants. It explicitly includes posts on social media or reposts of posts made by another individual on social media. He's also prohibited from communicating in any way about the facts of the case with any co-defendant or witnesses, except through attorneys. The order sets the bond for the RICO violations at $80,000, then added $10,000 for each of the 12 other counts, totaling the $200,000. Willis, of course, set the deadline, noon Friday, for all those included to turn themselves in at the Fulton County Jail to be booked. Now, this is the funny part. She had proposed that arraignments for the defendants happen the week of September the 5th, and that the case go to trial in March. To which, here once again, even your CNN says it ain't gonna happen. Legal analyst Ellie Honig pouring cold water on Fani's pipe dream of sending Trump to trial during primary season. Now, going back to last week, Willis, of course, filed the pretrial scheduling order, proposing the trial to begin on March the 4th. As Eagle brought up last week, hey, That's the day before Super Tuesday, the day on which the most delegates are up for grabs in the Republican Party. It's also 1 week before Georgia holds their primary election. There's no planet on which this case will be tried in March. Due to the logjam we just saw, she said. Now, she was referring to Trump's busy trial schedule. Willis, in fact, must compete with 3 other criminal cases. New York City, then you got 2 federal cases and several civil cases. To complicate matters, state trials take a lot of time, as there is a current RICO case in Georgia. Right now, there's an ongoing racketeering trial that the DA's office is handling in Georgia. They are still choosing a jury right now. They are 7 months in. I know that sounds unbelievable, but state jury selection is way slower than in federal cases. So even if they started in March, they'd still be picking a jury on Election Day. That's not happening. I know what the DA's doing. She's doing what prosecutors are trained to do. You always say, we're ready to go any day. We want to try everyone all together. But March is not happening for this case. Former federal prosecutor Michael Moore agreed and described Willis' proposal as more or less a public relations move that may ultimately help Trump. It throws gas to Trump to say, look, why are they treating me different than every other criminal defendant in Fulton County? Why are they rushing my case? I'm not in custody taking up a jail bed. I didn't kill somebody. And what mom and dad's waiting for the killer of their baby to be brought to trial? They're treating me different. And this is played into that hand. Now, ultimately, the judge will determine the trial date. Aside from the other criminal and civil matters involving Trump, the judge is going to have to consider the 18 other defendants and all the pre-trial jockeying that's already going on there. But all right, so your CNN says it ain't happening, all right?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, how about one of the rarest sights in the animal kingdom has appeared in the unlikely setting of a Tennessee zoo, which has hosted the birth of what is thought to be the world's only singularly colored giraffe. A female giraffe born on July 31st is a uniform brown color, lacking the distinctive patched brown pattern that giraffes have, along with their exceptionally long necks. Zoo officials say this giraffe is already 6 feet tall and is under the care of her mother and the zoo staff. The zoo believes this giraffe is one of a kind, given that giraffes are very rarely born without their mottled appearance. Primarily serves as a form of camouflage in the wild. Now, they explain the skin under the spots also has a system of blood vessels that allows giraffes to release heat through the center of each patch, kind of a thermal regulation. Now, each giraffe, apart from the Tennessee newcomer, has a unique pattern of patches. Kind of like we all have our own individual fingerprints. Giraffes have their own pattern of patches. Researchers believe those patterns are kind of inherited from their mothers. Bright's Zoo said they hoped this unusual birth will help highlight the challenges faced by giraffes in the world. The world's tallest animal threatened by the fragmentation of its habitat in Africa, as well as poaching. But it's pretty wild, looking at the photographs here. Tony Bright of Bright's Zoo said the local television news station, wild populations are silently slipping into extinction. 40% of the wild giraffe population has been lost in just the last 30 years. But right now, the zoo has announced a contest for the public to help name the new giraffe. Right now, there's a short list of Kipiki, which means unique in Swahili, Frayali, which means unusual, Shakiri, which means she is most beautiful, and Jamela, which is one of great beauty. Okay, but yeah, it's looking at the photographs, just a tannish brown giraffe, no spots. One of a kind in the world. How about that? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 as we head toward news break, top of the hour. Auto safety regulators this past day proposing requiring future vehicles to have front passenger and rear seatbelt systems, reminder systems, to boost use and reduce traffic deaths. Yeah, I did not realize that seatbelt warning systems are visual and audible alerts. When you start your car, you don't have the seatbelt on, you'll start getting the dinging, and it's going to get louder and louder. It's required for the driver's seat, but again, I didn't realize it's not required for the passenger seat or the rear seats. All I know is that Subaru that I drive currently, it has the audible warnings, which they say there's no way to disconnect it. I don't know, but I mean, it's for the drivers, the passenger seat, even the back seat. Everybody's got to have a seatbelt on, or that incessant dinging noise will not stop. Well, that forces us all to buckle up, but it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. IRS and FBI officials are being subpoenaed by House Republicans as part of their investigation into the Hunter Biden tax case. Republicans say they believe the agents have information on a meeting last year attended by special counsel David Weiss and want them to answer questions before Congress. Republicans accuse the Justice Department of slow walking and interfering in the case against the president's son. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office today to negotiate terms of his bond and release. He's expected to surrender to charges this week. Palm Springs, California has a new daily summer rain record thanks to Tropical Storm Hillary.
Palm Springs, which got 0.9 inches of rain in about an hour. That is a new record. Palm Springs saw nearly 50% of its yearly average in a matter of 6 hours.
NBC's Priscilla Thompson says San Bernardino County saw over 13 inches and the mountains of Riverside County recorded nearly a foot of rain. Neighboring states also saw heavy rainfall, with Bristlecone, Nevada, northwest of Las Vegas, seeing 6 inches in 24 hours. The Gray Fire near Medical Lake in Washington State has grown to over 10,000 acres and is about 10% contained. Spokane County Fire Chief Cody Rohrbach says winds and smoke continue to be a problem.
Very active, challenging conditions out on the ground. The winds that were forecasted yesterday did materialize.
Heavy smoke is preventing air support from doing their work. More than 400 firefighters from across the state are battling the flames. American workers are demanding a record amount of money to take a new job. According to a new survey by the New York Federal Reserve, the minimum acceptable salary offered to switch jobs topped $78,000 during the second quarter of this year. That's an increase of about 8% from last year. This is USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
Conservative House Republicans are making demands if a short-term measure to fund the government at the end of September needs to be passed. The House Freedom Caucus said it plans to oppose any stopgap government funding bill that doesn't include policy measures related to the border, alleged weaponization at the Justice Department, and, quote, woke policies at the Pentagon. A new report says Donald Trump has already recorded an expected interview with ex-Fox News host Tucker Carlson.
The former president intends to skip the first Republican presidential primary debate in Milwaukee Wednesday and instead plans to air the pre-recorded interview with Carlson, according to NBC News. It's not clear where the interview will appear, but Carlson has been releasing interviews on X, formerly known as Twitter, since he was fired by Fox earlier this year. Trump confirmed plans to skip the debate over the weekend, citing his consistent lead in the polls over the field of Republican candidates. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Problems at airports are slowing down after over 1,000 flights were canceled yesterday due to Tropical Storm Hillary on the West Coast. According to FlightAware, more than 1,600 flights have been delayed Monday. Meanwhile, close to 300 flights have been canceled. Yesterday, more than 5,000 flights were delayed as the storm hit California. A coach with Cuba's Little League World Series team is missing. In a statement, Little League officials said Jose Perez left where the team stay late Saturday and did not return. Little League went on to say it has contacted all appropriate authorities, but didn't say if Perez's disappearance is being considered a defection. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com, for quite a while now. They're headquartered at Shiloh Ranch in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away vets who need help, and we can't let that happen. Please help support the Liberty Project.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Another hour underway as we're only doing Tuesday here. Thought we'd have the NTPA update. Kind of curious how things went in Bowling Green, Ohio. First, it was the championships that occurred Thursday, Friday, Saturday last week. I'm pretty sure we'll have that for you by tonight's show. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. John Dunlap, all the latest. Who got to take home the trophies? Inquiring minds want to know. And, no rest for the weary. Of course, Kyle, Josh, and a handful of others were on scene there at the Bowling Green, Ohio event. Coming up here later this week, we're just counting down the days. Friday, Saturday, the 25th and 26th. This is another one of Kyle's favorite events. It's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Shy Diesel Extravaganza. Wagler Motorsports in Lyons, Indiana. So again, coming up Friday, Saturday, more of that straight line. Hot Shot Secret Racing. The Shy Diesel Extravaganza. So if you stop by, make sure you get by the booth. Always have some super special deals going on at any of the NTPA or Outlaw Diesel Super Series events. Say hello to Kyle and stock up on your Hot Shot Secret. Under industry headlines, a truck driver rescued after a passing officer noticed a truck in a roadside pond over the weekend, Sunday morning, in Horseheads, New York, about 7:30 in the morning. Now, this is actually near a Walmart supercenter. According to WENY News, a lieutenant patrolling the area noticed the back end of a trailer sticking out of a retention pond as he passed by. Smoke coming from the rig. He quickly called for assistance. A truck driver was indeed trapped inside the cab of the truck. Successfully rescued with non-life-threatening injuries. Investigation of the incident revealed tire tracks from the exit across another stretch of road near the Interstate 86 on-ramp through a guardrail and into the pond. It's all the information. Cause of the wreck not released, but meanwhile, I don't know who gets the brilliant idea of thinking it's a safe place to sleep under a truck. That is not the case, obviously. In this case, Nashville, Tennessee, over the weekend, a man lost his life as he opted to rest underneath a big rig at a gas station in Nashville. About 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, a gas station in the southern part of Nashville. Officials say a semi-truck was parked in an alley behind the gas station when apparently a man crawled between the second and third axle to sleep. Truck driver later told police he pulled forward, felt a bump, found the man dead on the ground near his truck. Investigators working to determine the identity of the deceased. I presume a homeless person that just thought this would be a good place to maybe get some rest. I don't know. Yeah, at the same time, I can't help but wonder, would a proper pre-trip, maybe have prevented that? Yeah, might that driver have noticed someone sleeping between the axles? All right, just curious. Have no idea how long this truck was, parked there in the alley or whatever, but obviously had to be more than just a few minutes for the individual to crawl under and fall asleep. Sundance Kid checks in here. What's going on, Sundance?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Summers. I was wanting to know how much it costs to advertise on your show.
Well, Mindy is going to be in-house tonight. She's going to be in the studio Tuesday night, Wednesday, where they have a broadcast packet. Mindy is the one that's taking over. She's going to be handling sales, marketing, handling everything for the overnight drive. Okay. So, yeah, she just got hired on for the position. Can I call in and ask her? Yes, because I know they have a rate sheet. We were giving those out to all of our guests there in Louisville. It's a very affordable rate. I do know that. But I can't recall the numbers off the top of my head.
I can't wait to fill your pockets.
Okay.
Business makes strange bedfellows. But, so last night Vic calls in and said what he said about it. There's no way that truck drivers are going to get paid that kind of money. And I'm just asking for what his generation was making in the trucking industry. I'm not asking for no more for the drivers out here. I'm not asking to rape anybody. I mean, we're coming to a crossroads, Steve, where we cannot do this to these. I mean, a lot of these drivers out here are veterans. I mean, and the things that are going on in this industry have got to stop. Double brokering. I found out yesterday they were running their freight through their logistics company, then giving it to their transportation side in the same company. So now, by the time they did all that, that was 52% of the load. And you drivers wonder why the loads ain't paying nothing. There's so many shenanigans. We got to get our money first, and then they can divvy up what's left over. But it's almost a national security problem.
Yeah.
Where,
I mean,
we're not going to be able to move stuff.
Are you hearing? I mean, I heard in the news break. I don't know if it was on this hour or I know it was on the midnight hour that they're talking about jobs, people changing jobs, and the minimum that they're willing to accept to change job. I think it was like over $78,000 a year. I know there's truck drivers making $80,000 a year, but there's a whole lot that aren't making close to that.
Right, but here's the problem, Steve, and this is, okay, 80,000 sounds wonderful, okay, I get it. But compared to in the 1970s, a driver today should be making, we got Walmart paying $125, right? We got UPS paying $150, okay? With their, okay, so that's where we need to be. That's equivalent to what we were making in the 70s today. Now, and we're half off. We are half off, and unless the government wants to give us a special card where the driver gets 70% off of everything he buys when he goes to punch out grocery bill $200. He gets to pay $50. Okay, we can do it that way. We want a brand new car instead of $70,000 for a truck. Now we pay $15,000. I mean, it's fine with me, one way or another. But you can't keep stealing our money. That's our money. We work our asses off out here. We are the strongest thing in this country besides our military. And like I said, a lot of military guys out here. We got a suicide problem in this industry also. We have disabled homes because we come out here, we go out here and work for $80,000 a year. And if you add it up, 6,000 hours, if you get a weekend off every week, you're talking $8 to $12 an hour. Stop. That's not where we need to be. Time is time. My time is more precious than $8 an hour. And for the company that I work for that made $225,000 off of double brokering and stealing fuel surcharge, my truck grossed $600,000 to that company. And I'm supposed to get 70% plus 100% fuel surcharge. I ended up making $378 gross, $178 net, and after expenses on the road, I'm down to about $80,000. I'm a company driver. Whoop-de shit. Oh, excuse me, but I'm just saying, there's a problem, and that's not that they don't need 240 or 225 off of me. They're playing games. They're stealing the money. The money's out there. The shippers don't have to increase their prices. They don't have to increase their rates. We just have to stop the way they're finagling the numbers. For Vic to say that, his generation, they had it made. They paid $40,000 for a house, and now they're going to get $200,000 for a house. Oh, that's nice. But here's the thing. How am I going to pay for a $200,000 house and to reap the same rewards? My house will have to go up to $350,000, and then where are the wages going to go to make that money to pay them bills? We can't. We've got to stop. We're making the money, but we're spending it. And last quarter, how much do we send to the government each year, Steve, in taxes?
You mean as an individual, or?
No, collectively. What do they pull in every year in taxes?
Oh, it's I don't know the number. It's trillions of dollars.
About $4 trillion, about $4.
Yeah,
about $4 trillion. Okay, $4 trillion a year to the government, right? Last quarter, corporations made $3.6 trillion. That's almost as much as we give the government all year. They made that in one quarter. We're going to give them 4 times what we give the government? What? So they can go buy more stuff to enslave us and build more apartments and buy your houses and make you all slaves? You need to not. You're giving them. We're just because it says it costs. It's suggested retail price. I mean, the price of anything should have never gone up, but because they can't get enough,
this system is in place to enslave you. It's all about getting your money out of your pocket. You make good money. I make more money than my dad made, but I got less of a life because electric bill goes up, grocery bill goes up. People complain about the gas goes up 10 cents a gallon. I can't support the American people no more. I have done all I can. I have done it. I mean, I run 150,000 miles a year. Every year that I've been an owner-operator. And back in the 80s or 90s when I started the first time around and I got jacked up by the fuel surcharge, well, I got that fuel surcharge fixed for you guys, but behind the scenes. And I'm having to do this kind of behind the scenes again. But that's why I called in and try to get numbers. But because, I mean, you guys look at what the price of a trailer, retail in a trailer is. $400,000, $600,000, $1 million sometimes worth of retail, and you can't get $2 or $4 a mile to the truck. Something's wrong. I don't care if you take it from the East Coast to the West Coast. That's $12,000 that you would get paid for that load. For $500,000 worth of retail, I don't think that's out of the question. But because trucks have gone up, fuel's gone up, insurance has gone up, we got to separate ourselves from the rest of the economy. We either need to do an in-house trucking industry or a trucking company where we all come together as one unit, and we have our own insurance. And because these Swift and them are not doing what they're not hauling for cheap. They can haul for cheaper, but once you pay those guys, once they have to pay those people the right amount, their rates will go up too. And I'm coming after them.
No, I think that in part is the answer to your question right there, because you could list off a whole bunch of big name companies that are bringing drivers in from other countries, the visas, and they're willing to work for cheap. Thus, I mean, if someone else is willing to do it cheap, how are you going to get what you're asking for?
But that's not good for national security. I mean, that's not the America we need to live in. They do it for cheap, but I bet you if they had to run and be on duty, I mean, who wants to work for $8 in this industry? Okay, then good. If you want to pay somebody that, then you drop your prices at the store to accommodate the. But people are under the impression they're paying us $150,000 a year to drive a truck, and they're instead of $8 an hour, they're paying the price at the store because they think they're that's how they it costs a lot to transport. When the fuel surcharge goes in, we have to charge more because the price of fuel went up. Oh my God, okay, no problem, we pay it, but we get stolen out here. They steal it from us. So we didn't reap it. They put it in their pocket, and not only that, they charge these customers. They say diesel's $5 a gallon. Well, they got big discounts. They're getting $3.75 a gallon at the pump, because they got these discounts worked out with these pilots and Loves and TAs. But so it didn't really. So now they're making twice as much money off the fuel surcharge that they were before. So they're ripping off the shippers because it's got to stop. But the truck driver needs to get paid by the hour. This mileage pay is piecemeal work. When you go to work.
All right, there, and I got to get a break in here, Sundance. I get where you're coming from, but yeah, I mean it's not something new. Yeah, but just look at what percentage of drivers out there right now would you venture do not speak English as their primary language? Is it 30%? Is it 40%? I'd venture it's getting close to damn near half of them. Yeah, these are the individuals coming in from elsewhere where they feel like they're making a fortune compared to what they would make in their home country. But no, they're not per se. They're not going to be living the great American dream. But as long as we continue to allow that to occur, If you can find cheap labor somewhere else, that's why they've always said these big corporations love the imported cheap labor.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I believe I got the message from Wheelchair Dave this past day. He said, "Hey there, Mission Control. Russia's moon lander did not land on the moon." Yeah, we shared that last evening. It crashed into the moon, spiraling out of control. They were actually trying to beat India to land on the moon. Well, India doesn't have to worry about Russian things now because there's no competition at this moment. India's moon probe capturing some amazing imagery ahead of its historic touchdown attempt, which is just a few days away. It could have the same fate as the Russian attempt. Chandrayaan-3 is what it's called, on a mission to pull off India's first ever successful lunar landing. The lander-rover duo has been checking its boxes on schedule so far. It entered lunar orbit on August the 5th. It separated from its propulsion module on the 17th. It's been taking lots of photos along the way, recording such milestone moments for posterity. For example, they snapped a shot of its newly free-flying propulsion module, which they shared on the 18th. It's a 31-second video that kind of stitches together a number of images captured by the landing model. Most of these photos show the lunar surface. They actually label a few of the many craters passing underneath the probe. Let's see. This is reconnaissance, part of the prep work for the landing attempt, which is expected to occur either, that would be Wednesday or Thursday this week, near the south pole of the moon. Success would be huge for India. I mean, to date, the U.S., the former Soviet Union, and China are the only nations ever to actually have soft landed a probe on the moon. And no craft has ever touched down near the South Pole, which is a region thought to be rich in water ice that could sustain human settlement. Now, India had a budget of 6 billion rupees. That's about $72 million at the current exchange rates. The mission features a lander named Vikram, which carries a small rover called Prayan. If all goes according to plan, the robotic duel will explore their exotic environments one lunar day after touching down. One lunar day is roughly 14 Earth days, gathering a variety of data before the cold, dark lunar nights will ultimately turn out the lights on the lander. Only so much power. All right, a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. One California city has new daily summer rain records thanks to Tropical Storm Hillary. The storm system dumped over 3 inches of rain on the desert city of Palm Springs to break its record, while Los Angeles County had more than 7 inches fall. Meanwhile, San Bernardino County saw over 13 inches, and the mountains of Riverside County recorded nearly a foot of rain. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring rain and winds to South Texas.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast of Texas.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says that storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain to parts of South Texas. The number of people missing in Lahaina is now believed to be closer to 850. That's according to a new FBI-vetted list. That number was recently believed to be as high as 2,000. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. That's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning, Shorty. Sending us some of the events on this date in history. First of all, he takes us to this date, August 22nd of 1851. Schooner America wins the first America's Cup trophy. Sailing enthusiasts would know what that's all about. America's Cup, which I think still goes to this day. It's this date, King George III declares the American colonies to be in open rebellion. This date in 1775. Yeah, we know what that resulted in. We're in rebellion. All right, this date, Nolan Ryan strikes out Rickey Henderson to become the first Major League Baseball pitcher to record 5,000 strikeouts. That was this date in 1989. Not all that many years ago. Seems like yesterday. Cadillac Motor Company is founded on this date. August 22nd of 1901. Yeah, Cadillac's been around for a few years, huh? All right, thanks for the heads up there. It is 844-844-3388. Philip checks in as we roll into a Tuesday. What's happening, Philip?
All just over here around Sanford, Florida, driving in on I-4. How you doing today?
Doing well. Off to a good start here.
Hey, I just heard Sundance talking about cost and all that other stuff. Dude, if a company driver's making over $100,000 a day, good for them. Good for them. I mean, because there's a lot of people out here that ain't making nowhere near $100,000.
Right. Yep.
And they're doing what they're having to do. You know, he is right, though. I mean, we are working for a bunch of junk pay nowadays, and it is what it is. You know, when you step in the game as an owner-operator, you got to make sure you keep everything going right. I mean, it's a company. If you want to do it, you got to do it. You got to pay the bill if you want to play, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, did you get a chance to check out that Oliver Anthony guy?
Yes, I did indeed. I actually, toward the end of the show, you probably were already at work. I shared that. Somebody forwarded to me the entire piece that he posted. I guess it was on Friday, and I did read that to the audience.
Yeah, he's got something going there. I mean, and what's weird about that situation is it's all done on the internet, you know, and that shows you that you could make a difference just being on the internet. that just goes to show you how the power of the internet is. And a lot of the American public don't realize that. You know, I mean, this guy's in the middle of nowhere in Virginia, and he shows up and he just blows everybody's mind away with this song. Steve, his views, he had 39 million views when I looked at that yesterday after I talked with you guys. I had a minute to look at it on my phone. He had 39 million views on that video. Can you imagine 39 million views?
No, I
on
cannot.
One video?
No.
Now, his subscribership is nowhere near that. And from what I understand, I don't know much about YouTube. I don't know the whole story behind how people are handled on YouTube as far as their accounts and all that stuff and when they shoot, you know, what the video deal is and everything. But from what my understanding is, when you get so many views on YouTube, you have your own YouTube person that takes care of your account. Now, was it like that with you guys when y'all had your setup?
What's his name? Cue Ball had kind of explained how that worked when because he's got a very popular channel there with the FSC trucking. You know Cue Ball, right? You watch some of his stuff. Yeah, no, we didn't have the viewership that would actually.
Yeah, I subscribe to Cue Ball's FSC trucking.
Yep,
absolutely. Good morning, there, boys and girls. And you know, I see that all the time, you know, and I tell you what, I appreciate what Steve does. Steve does some cool things. He just had a piece on the train museum over in Michigan. It was very interesting, you know, to see this one museum where there was trains and stuff. He went to like a fest that they had. You know, Steve does a lot of cool things with it. Tim Gentry's another guy. Bruce Wilson. But the thing is, man, this guy, he's turning a lot of heads. And that song, there's actually YouTube videos of people watching him play that song and their reactions to it. And it's crazy, some of their reactions. Did you see any of those, Steve?
I can't say that I've seen those. I do know that it's, I mean, obviously it's hit home. The fact that he was offered an $8 million deal with a record company and turned it down, that's pretty impressive. He did a free show somewhere. I guess it was over in West Virginia over the weekend. Showed up somewhere to perform, and like 4,000 people showed up to see him over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of it. And like yesterday when I was looking and just during my break just to see some of these videos and how people are reacting, it isn't just Republicans that are acting, you know, this way about him saying this is you know, it's everybody. It's Republicans, it's Democrats. There's actually one on there on YouTube, a video of a black liberal man that says, dude, this guy is right on the money.
Mm-hmm.
He's right on the money about what's going on with the United States right now. And I saw one piece where he performed, I can't remember where it was at. I think it was at a golf course. And I can't think if it was in Pennsylvania or somewhere. But anyway, he performed at this golf course, and there were like 1,000 people there more just to see him. Just to see him. And I mean, he's hitting a lot of different folks. I mean, it is what it is. You don't need the music industry to get your music out anymore. All you have to do is go on YouTube. And I think a lot with him though, Steve, did you see that he's really genuine in the way he performs? Did you notice that?
100%, yes. Yep. He's the real. I mean, then he comes out and he admits that he's been living with, I guess, you know, some depression and drinking, trying to drown away. He's sad to see the country go in the direction it's going.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's a change, you know, to see somebody out there that's not auto-tuned or got all this other stuff that's backed up to make their music sound better, and it's just him out there with a guitar, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one-on-one, you know, and that's what I think a lot of people appreciate about it, and he's genuine in what he's talking about. I thought it was funny. I seen one video of I can't remember the guy's name, but he was a Christian guy, one of the Christian associations, one of the church members, who said everybody's going to get mad in the church because he said BS. Okay, well, they can just get over it, because that ain't the point of the song. Is not what cussing in the song. It was the point of what the song was about. And even the church is recognizing him now. I mean, it's some crazy stuff, and I tell you what, it's going to get a lot of play. I tell you, he's going to get a lot of play if he stays that way and he keeps himself straight. So, but the storms are really cooking out there, Steve. Did you see any more on those guys? Those ones down there by Africa?
I hadn't paid attention to what's way out there. I know we got the one there in the Gulf, I guess, coming into Texas, southern Texas later today. Then you got Franklin is out there in the Caribbean, and there's one with an E name. I forget, what is that one called?
Okay, so you got Franklin in the Caribbean. That's supposedly going to do the north turn and go up over Hispaniola, Puerto Rico. Then you had Gert that's out there. Gert is going to supposedly dissipate. And then you've got Emily that's going to turn north. It's closer to Africa. And then you've got another one that's coming off of Africa. And then you have the one that's obviously off of Texas in the Gulf that's going to slide across Texas. Now, there's something I want you to watch. And models are showing a lot of it. And I'm watching, this is what I'm watching right now. Off of Central America, there's a piece of energy that's coming off of Central America that's going to go into the Gulf after the storm goes across Texas. That's the one I'm watching, because it looks like it's going to go towards Pensacola, and it's like hitting our west coast. And that could be a big one. It's going to be spin off and off the Central American. If you look at the models, it pulls it up off and goes across right into the Gulf, and then it goes, I mean, some of the models are out to lunch. There's some of them that show it out to Texas. There's some of them that are showing it towards Pensacola. So that whole section of the Gulf, from Texas all the way around to where we're at in Florida, you need to pay attention to this one little storm. It's going to be probably this time next week. And we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. It might play out, it might not. It's just all saying it. The models are all saying it. So, have you seen any of that, Steve?
No, I hadn't paid attention that far out. No.
So, yeah, I know it's over 10 days out, which is a long time, and I've always said, and I always say it on here, 3 to 5 days that tells the story. 3 days definitely tells the story. But when you start talking 10 days out, that's quite a bit of ways out. There's a lot of things that can happen then. But I'll tell you what, man, it has been doggone hot over here, and it's been pretty dry. And that kind of stuff scares me, because when that's kind of like a setup, that's the kind of stuff that I see that's a setup. And we'll just have to see how it plays out. SpaceX is hitting it hard on the testing. Did you hear about the Crew 7 launch that's in the end of the week, Steve?
Crew 7, no. Is that the next mission to the space station?
Absolutely. It's going to be the next station lift. It's going to be Friday morning. I probably won't be I don't know. I might be up then. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I might get up early and see if I can see it. But it's going to be lifting off, I think, at like 3:49 a.m. or somewhere on there. And you'll probably be on the show when it happens. But it's going to be the next crewed mission to the space station. It's a big deal. They need to really get this thing off, just in case something with these storms happen, because this mission is going to be a big crew switch up on the ISS. There's a lot of things that are happening on the ISS that they have to change the folks around, and this is pretty important stuff. But that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate the time. Thanks for having me.
Hey, good to have you with us. Thank you for the updates, as always. Philip, safe travels, rest of your journey in. I saw my daughter had posted some of the photographs we took this past morning, because it was young Rowan's first day in middle school. Yeah, our big 6th grader. And the photographs were, it's still dark outside. And Sherry said, well, why is it so dark? Did they start that early? Yeah, they sure do. I think his bus pickup time is going to be like 6:40 a.m. School starts right about 7 o'clock. Yes, I think it's going to have to be there. Yeah, maybe it starts at 7:15. But yeah, the bus picks him up at like 6:40, 6:45, something like that. But yeah, day number 1. So he said everything went well for his first day in school. So it's kind of weird. They stagger the start. Yeah, yesterday was just the 6th graders, so he doesn't have to go to school today. It's just the 7th and 8th graders that have school today. I guess they get everybody introduced and settled in. Then Wednesday, first day, where all the students come, and first day of school. It's back to school time. And it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Philip just mentioned Oliver Anthony. And I just came across a post that shows iTunes. Obviously, music listening, everything is, for the most part, gone digital. You listen to your iTunes, you listen to your iHeart, you listen to Spotify, whatever your music. iTunes is one of the big ones, so. The music industry, it says, is out of its mind because a man from the country who actually works for a living is breaking every barrier they put in front of him. Yeah, Bravo Zulu, Oliver Anthony Music. iTunes, number 1 on the chart. The one that kind of started it for this guy, Rich Men North of Richmond. Yeah, that's the tune that has caught the ear and the heart of so many people. Corruption in America. And with so many finding that particular tune, they say, well, what else does he do? So you start scrolling through and finding, I'll take a listen to this one. Number 2 on the iTunes chart. Ain't Got a Dollar, Oliver Anthony. Same guy. All right, number 3 is Rainy Days by Layover. Jason Aldean, Try That in a Small Town, the one that was making the headlines a few weeks ago. All right, the controversial, Try That in a Small Town. Number 5, I've Got to Get Sober, Oliver Anthony. Wow. Let's see. Number 6, Love Me Again by Layover. Number 7, Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift. Fast Car by Luke Combs at number 8. Cody Johnson with The Painter at number 9. And there is, at number 10, I Want to Go Home, Oliver Anthony. So this guy's got 4 songs in the top 10 on the iTunes chart right now. Unheard of. I mean, he doesn't have a music label. He doesn't have a big producer. He turned down an $8 million offer. He said, I sing my music, and that's all I want to do. But how about that? Morning, Sergeant MacGyver.
Hello, Steve. Got a couple of topics here real quick. I'll try to get through this. First off, happy belated anniversary, happy belated birthday to your son, and congratulations for Stryker and his achievements so far. I apologize I couldn't get into you before to get that to you last week. Now, Sundance called, and I want to just, God bless him, but, I want to give him a piece of advice a wise person gave me a long time ago. You've got to focus on what you can control. If you can't control it, you need to avoid wasting so much time with it. Truck drivers are like the military used to be. Of course, I'm a retired soldier. And when I first went in, I was already serving when, under Reagan, they adjusted our retirement down to help balance the budget. And that was painful, but we got over it. But after that, the military started creating positions, additional duties as voting officers in every company. And they really got out the military vote. And then, of course, during the Gore-Bush election, you saw the power of that. So I encourage the truck drivers, please, all you truck drivers, do what I do, vote. Yes, 2020 was a thievery, a botched election, but you still got to vote. You got to give it your effort. And I'm going to move on to politics. God bless Eagle, but I wouldn't get too wrapped around all this junk and jive. Even CNN's beginning to pivot. Good old Jake Crapper, he's had to put out his show about how Biden had said, in the debates his son hadn't made no money, but yes, he did in fact make money. Now, of course, he protects Biden a little bit. Well, I don't know if he's lying, but
yeah,
he's definitely got a blind spot right there. So you know how that goes. But I know you're coming up on the news break hour or top of the hour news break. But I do want to say this: I'm giving my full-throated voice and support behind Kamala for 2023 here to replace old Joe, let him step down so she can drive the final nail in the Democratic coffin. Thanks for taking my call, Steve.
I don't know if you caught the memo or not, but Kamala's she's revamping her image for 2024. It's going to be an all new. Really? I actually saw that headline this past day and said, what do you mean? How do you revamp your image, Kamala? All right. According to the latest Gallup poll, Dallas and Boston are considered the safest large American cities to live in or visit, while Detroit and Chicago are considered the least safe. Yeah, people were polled about their views of 16 large U.S. cities. Nearly 3/4 of adults think Dallas at 74% and Boston at 72% are safe.
and majorities ranging from 52 to 63% rate 9 other cities as safe. Yeah, those include Seattle, Las Vegas, Miami, Minneapolis, Houston, New Orleans, Atlanta, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. I see a number of cities on that list that I would not say are safe. But we've got a break there for news time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden meeting with survivors of the wildfires in Maui as well as local officials on Monday. White House Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton said Biden will continue to work to help residents in Hawaii.
So he's asking all those questions and ensuring that FEMA is continuing to do the hard work of figuring out how we break down barriers and move critical assistance out to people as fast as possible.
Officials say 850 people are still missing, and search and rescue efforts continue. 114 people have been confirmed dead so far. Issues at airports are slowing down due to Tropical Storm Hillary on the West Coast. According to FlightAware, over 2,300 flights have been delayed within, into, or out of the U.S. on Monday. Meanwhile, close to 300 flights have been canceled. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring heavy rain and wind to South Texas tonight and Tuesday.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on Monday. He's expected to turn himself in by noon on Friday. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, House Republicans have subpoenaed 4 IRS and FBI officials to testify in the ongoing Hunter Biden investigations. There are claims the DOJ interfered to slow the investigations of Hunter Biden down. The singer-songwriter behind the viral hit Rich Men North of Richmond is making Billboard chart history. Oliver Anthony's song has debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. He's the first artist to earn the top spot with no prior chart history in any form. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audien hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
A new report says Donald Trump has already recorded an expected interview with ex-Fox News host Tucker Carlson. Lisa Taylor has more.
The former president intends to skip the first Republican presidential primary debate in Milwaukee Wednesday and instead plans to air the pre-recorded interview with Carlson, according to NBC News. It's not clear where the interview will appear, but Carlson has been releasing interviews on X, formerly known as Twitter, since he was fired by Fox earlier this year. Trump confirmed plans to skip the debate over the weekend, citing his consistent lead in the polls. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Texas border with Mexico is playing host to a handful of GOP governors who are touring one of the hot spots for illegal immigration. The delegation's led by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Half of the states are banding together to step up and secure a border that President Biden has abandoned.
Since 2020, drug-related deaths have increased by 35%. The FDA has approved a vaccine that's given to pregnant women in order to protect newborn babies from RSV. Abrezvo, a single-dose shot, would be given to expectant mothers late in their pregnancy and trigger the development of antibodies that are passed on to the fetus. RSV, a respiratory infection that causes cold-like symptoms, is common in young children. Superheroes are placing a doll at the top of the box office. Barely. Blue Beetle ended the 4-week reign of Barbie. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, close out your Monday. Welcome into a Tuesday, 22nd day of August. All right, Catwoman, I got your email. I know she's been kind of sharing this on her social media, Facebook posts and whatnot. I'm not real up to speed with what's going on, but her email to me says, "Hello, Steve. Can you please read this and possibly discuss on the air? Big corporate and small rescue groups really need to help getting this out to the public. Officials have closed off this burn area without explanation in federal violation to allow rescue teams in to feed, rescue, and evacuate animals in a disaster. They as well as myself are wanting to know what's so secret." Let's see. The officials say they are letting groups, but they're not including Bissell. Officials say that there are not any animals alive, but there is drone evidence as well as photos and proof from veterinarians that in the burn area, after bodies were removed, but later denied entrance. All right, please help in any way you can, she says. All right, so she shares this, a call to action. Massive message dump needed. We need every single person in this group's help ASAP. In a Facebook post, on the 18th of August, General Hera attempted to refute what he called rumors regarding animal rescuers' access to the Lahaina burn zone. That's Hawaii, the West Maui. However, it went one step further when we publicly shared a concerned individual's Nextdoor post, which included personal identifiable information. Hera's post included a screenshot of the name and location of the person. Yeah, we need to get this serious issue on the radar of the higher-ups, as it will draw attention to the situation. If they get enough negative comments on their pages, the administration must elevate concerns to those in power. The main question is, why the access issue? All right, here's a copy and paste message. Why is the leader of the Hawaii National Guard and the head of the Department of Defense, a state agency, being allowed to dox and possibly even violate this person's First Amendment right? At a minimum, Hera violated social media platform policies by doxing a person who had legitimate concerns regarding the government's lack of response in Maui. Why is the government official publicly sharing personal identifiable information? Is he purposely trying to turn victims and rescuers into targets? Why are they saying no animals are in the zone when we have video proof and the Maui Humane Society reporting proving otherwise? All right, so again, I'm not real up to speed with what the heck's going on there, but yeah, it would be hard to imagine how many animals, cats, dogs, whatever, what wildlife could have survived as pretty much everything was incinerated there in Lahaina. But I mean, obviously there are still some random buildings standing. Not everything was totally decimated, so I don't know. I have shared, and again, like I said, you can check out some of her posts via social media, see what she's referring to there. But obviously, she's an animal lover, like so many of us. What's been going on, Big Sexy?
You hadn't heard from him in a while, have you, Steve?
It has been. Yeah. Well, you've crossed my mind several times. You were kind of like in the process of recovery from your little fall there, or your little episode. But how's things going?
Well, there's been a lot of changes since then. I'm still recovering on the shoulder part. I'm getting more and more movement back in it. But tonight is the first night that I've really listened to your show in probably about 4 to 5 weeks.
Wow.
And the reason being is I'm solar powered.
You're what?
I'm no longer doing a paper route.
Really?
I'm solar powered now. I'm no longer doing a paper route. I took another job, and I spent about 3 weeks in training, which means during the day I was riding along and all that. This is the first week I've been on my own. So I'm no longer doing the paper route. I've got a lot better gigs, a lot more money, benefits, everything now. So but that's the reason that I've been kind of missing in action.
Okay. Well, I've been kind of wondering. So, well, that's good news, I guess, ultimately. I mean, a better paying job, that's a good thing.
Yeah, with all the ride-alongs and all that, I was starting about the time your show went off the air, about 4 o'clock my time, so I was, sleeping up until then, so I didn't get to listen live. I've listened to a little bit of the podcast here and there, but, during the day I've been with other people and there's been other stuff going on, so I hadn't really been able to listen. But tonight I've got to go to up near the Arkansas-Missouri line and pick up a person and take them to Little Rock. So I'm going to have a long drive tonight, so I'm going to be able to listen for a while. But that's what's been going on. I just wanted to call and touch base and let you know that.
Give us an update there, yeah. So I appreciate that. Well, yeah, well, I'm glad the recovery's going well. Everything, yeah. I mean, everything kind of healing back up, you saying?
Yeah, they're still not sure about the arm. I'm getting more and more motion back. I still can't raise it above. On its own, I can't raise it above my head. I can take my other arm and do it, help it up.
Mm-hmm.
But they went and had me do another CT scan on it. He said at my age, of course, I'll be 61 next month, so at my age, it's easy to tear stuff in there when you fall like that, and he wants to make sure that we can treat it with, just therapy and all that, and not have to do any surgery. We may have to do surgery to repair some of my muscles,
Wow.
Hopefully it won't require surgery, but I'll find that out when I go see him again on the 5th. But that's where that's at, and I just wanted to let you know that this was a lot better gig. That's about 4 times the money. So
wow,
I couldn't pass it up. So I'll just sit back and listen. I'm just gonna call him since I had a chance to call him. Was by myself for a couple hours driving tonight. I was gonna give you a call and let you know what was going on, why I was missing.
Well, thank you so much for the update. I guess when you're out and about, some late nights, give us a ring and keep in touch.
I will. Even if I'm not out and about, I may still give you a ring. I'm going to try to catch the first part of the show, but it depends on what time I got to get up,
Right. Okay.
And when I'm at home, I might not be able to listen to all of it, but catch part of it anyway.
Good deal.
All right, well, I'll let you get on to the next caller, and maybe I can give you a holler back here pretty soon.
All right. Well, safe travels out there, and congratulations on the new gig. That's about 4 times the pay. Is that did I hear that correct? Wow. Big raise. All right, look at it, 17 past the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Pentagon preparing to implement yet another major change in the military's entrance exam, which will soon allow applicants to use calculators amid an ongoing recruitment crisis. Pentagon's plan was made recently by 3 defense officials to military.com. The proposed change would represent a significant shift in the way applicants are tested academically to determine a potential recruit's eligibility for jobs in the military. Proposed change in the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery is expected to help mitigate the military recruitment shortage, partially believed to be caused by many Americans not scoring high enough on the test to qualify for enlistment. According to military.com, the potential change would also be consistent with changes to traditional test taking in the United States, with calculators being permitted in many mathematics classes around the country, as well as the SAT and ACT college entrance tests. The department is carefully considering the use of calculators. According to a Defense Department official, we are taking a systematic approach. Assess the impact of the calculator use. We're developing a way forward for calculator inclusion based on best practices in test development. All right. According to military.com, the timeline for implementation currently not set in stone. However, one Defense Department official noted the change could face some backlash due to concerns that federal lawmakers will view this change as a way of lowering the military standards. But indeed, they are having recruitment issues. Many say it's what has become the woke attitude among military leadership. I don't know, but I think all that does undoubtedly play a role. But all right, looking at 19 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
what else here? I'm trying to pull up the rest of the story, as they say. All right. I have not yet seen the video. I've seen it shared on several sites. I think Glenn Beck had it on his Blaze website. Armed patron guns down robber, and he didn't even put down his beer. So I'm thinking, what's the deal there? I guess this occurred here several weeks ago, back in late July, but newly released surveillance video shows a Michigan man gunned down the armed robber at a convenience store without even putting down his beer. Let's see. Over the weekend, the footage of the incident obtained by WOOD-TV. The video begins with a man approaching the clerk behind the desk of a station, beginning to demand money from the cash register. The clerk of Stone Lake Marathon Mini Mart, approached by a man wearing all black with his face covered. July 27. Police have identified the alleged robber as 35-year-old Anthony Martin and said he came into the store armed with a box cutter knife. But footage from 2 cameras in the store show the suspect interacting with the store clerk while a man with a 6-pack of beer watches from behind a shelf. The robber allegedly said, "You know why I'm here." The armed customer, whose identity has not been released, watched momentarily before he casually drew his handgun. Without putting down the beer, which was a case of Miller Lite, fired 7 shots in total, neutralizing the robber. Following the shooting, the man who opened fire told detectives he went to his car to get another magazine and then re-entered the store and held Martin until officers arrived at the scene. The robber was struck by bullets in the arm, back, and in the face. Police say the shooter had a license to lawfully carry, but the local prosecutors waiting for their investigation to conclude before a decision's made whether he might actually face charges. In Michigan, obviously, we do have defense of others as part of the law, that you can defend others if they're in a situation that there's dangerous force being used against them. According to the county prosecutor, he added, and certainly in this case, we'll be looking at the facts in regard to that. The armed customer said he couldn't see what was in the robber's hand, but the look of fear on the clerk's face led him to open fire. The store clerk spoke to the television station and said, the Good Samaritan saved my life. Martin, who police said is the robber, survived the shooting and was charged with armed robbery following his release from the hospital. So the suspect survived. All right. Yeah, all's well that ends well. But, hey, he didn't even say, hold my beer. Back at it here. Eagle, take 2. What you got?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I may have to, pretty at the bottom of the hour. I may have to get in for the next one. But, yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about situation in Hawaii, Maui. What's going on with that deal there and the coronavirus, COVID virus. Naturally, they're going to try to play that game again, Steve, with the lockdowns to try to keep people from going to the voting booths, the polls. Before I get to Hawaii, I might as well go talk about the COVID deal. Yeah, Steve, they're gonna try to do this. They're going to try to do this. It's going to get even worse come January. The closer we get to the election, guess how it works, Steve, like it did. The closer the election comes, the worse the virus going to get. More people the worse things are going to get the closer we get to November. So they can really rig this whole deal up and, try to have these people sending in their ballots so they can rig them up, because people scared to go to the polls and all the mask wearing and all this other garbage that they got planned. I didn't think they would stoop to these levels, Steve, because it's obvious what these people are doing, but I thought they was going to lead that back into, leave that behind. I thought they weren't going to play that game, but apparently they want to bring that back into the deal. So you're going to see a lot of bad stuff going on in the next couple of months where that's concerned, unfortunately, Steve. And, a lot of people lost their jobs. That's the part of the whole deal I don't like, Steve. You talked about it last night, and some other people is trying to force a man to get vaccinated to keep his job. You give him, his job said he go to school. The man got to make a decision on if he's going to go to school or find another school to go to, or if he's going to go to drive, whatever job he got going on, he may have to move to another job. They shouldn't have to put a man into a situation like that. It should be it should just be a voluntary type deal. There shouldn't be no mandatory when it comes to that type of stuff. But as far as Hawaii goes, I don't know. You may have to hold me over now. I don't know if I got enough time to talk about
we're up
Hawaii,
to we are up to the news break here. So we'll take care of that, Eagle, and we'll come back with more. And lines available at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office today to negotiate terms of his bond and release. He's expected to surrender to charges this week. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring rain and winds to South Texas.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast of Texas tomorrow morning.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain to parts of South Texas. IRS and FBI officials are being subpoenaed by House Republicans as part of their investigation into the Hunter Biden tax case. Republicans say they believe the agents have information on a meeting last year attended by Special Counsel David Weiss and want them to answer questions before Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to Eagle here in just a sec. I'm going to share a story that Pappy sent my way this past day in the law enforcement community. In a rather bizarre case, a 29-year-old Florida woman poisoned a man's drinks with cockroach spray after inviting him home to drink with her. Veronica Klein has been charged with poisoning food or drink, according to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Authorities turned up at a home in Delion Springs early morning, August the 18th, to find a man who had taken violently ill. The man told authorities that Klein had asked him to come back to her place and continue drinking with her. I guess they met up at a bar. Sheriff's office issued a statement. The victim told deputies he was vomiting for nearly 30 minutes before he was able to call for help. Actually became sick again while providing his statement to the deputy. Victim so sick he continued vomiting for 30 minutes. When the deputies arrived, Klein wasn't home. She was then tracked down by the canine. Body cam footage from Volusia Sheriff's Office shows a responding officer walking in the dark wooded area with the canine. He can be heard in the video. Show me your blanking hands. Walk towards me now. Stop right there. Get on your knees. Klein will be held, at the Volusia County Branch Jail without bond until her first trial. At the time of writing, her motive is not known, as is the health status of the man who has not been identified. But met up at a bar, strangers. What was the motive? Was she looking to bump him off? And who knows? Cockroach spray, though. Yummy. All right, back with Eagle here. I know you wanted to touch on what's going on in Hawaii. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Steve. Okay, as you know, Joe Biden, he showed up
in Hawaii today. And just to show you, Steve, how much Joe Biden is, how much I think it's just a habit that he lies. And, every situation that he goes to, Steve, have you, they were talking about it on TV. Have you noticed that he tries to compare something in his life to that situation, when they've had military people die, he's saying that he had a son that died that had been in the military. And then today he told another lie. He said, trying to compare his situation with the people in Hawaii, he said that he lost the house due to a fire, almost lost the house due to a fire, and almost lost his Corvette. And I think he said a dog or something that was involved in the situation. He tries to compare something in his life to people. These people have lost everything they own, Steve. And this guy's up on the podium telling these kind of lies and stories. These people, they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear about what happened to Joe Biden and his family. They want to hear how the hell they're going to get some money
right,
so they can rebuild their lives. Huh?
I'm saying, right, yeah.
That's what these people
what are you going to do to help us out in this? I think what the offer was, he's going to give them a one-time $700 payment or something, $700. That should fix it all.
Yeah, you can't even go to Walmart and buy. You can't even buy a tent. I don't even think you can buy a tent to live in for $700. It's just an insult, Steve. Like I told you in my first call, not when he's giving that type of money to Ukraine. That money that he's giving to Ukraine should have went to some should have went to Hawaii. The majority of that money to help these people that have lost everything. I've seen. If you watch on TV, some of these people don't have nothing. They lost everything, Steve. Yeah. They don't even have a vehicle to drive. Their car got burned down. Not only they lost a family member, but their car burned up, the whole house. They ain't got into some people sleeping out on the street in Hawaii. Hawaii is one of the most expensive cities in the U.S. It might be more besides San Francisco, L.A. and New York. There's not too many more places that's more expensive to live than Hawaii. So these people are in a real bad situation over in Hawaii. I feel bad for them, and it's a shame that it had to happen. And like I said before, the guy that quit, he's trying to hide something. He's trying to say he got a medical problem. He quit the job because he didn't do his job, because no alarms went off. They said, and we know that they know that the alarms worked because they had did a test run supposedly a week or two before this actually happened. So the alarms were definitely operating. For some reason, the idiot didn't turn them on, and he should have been terminated. He shouldn't have been given the opportunity to quit. He should have been fired. But like I said, once again, Joe Biden embarrassed himself again, Steve. To the American people, just the one big failure after another with this guy. You can't get rid of him no time soon. But like I said, I think it's all over for Biden, Steve. Like I told you last night, the same deal. I've never seen a man. Maybe somebody can call in tonight or tomorrow. I've never seen a man that was supposedly running for president that doesn't have to campaign. I didn't know you could do it like that, Steve. I thought you were supposed to go from town to town, city to city. Having rallies and talking to people and trying to get people to vote for you. But apparently Joe Biden doesn't have to do that. He got some other winning formula, I guess. But it's real suspicious that Joe Biden doesn't do it. And yet, look at the polls, Steve. These fake polls they have on television, on CNN and these MSNBC. Yet they tell you Donald Trump is campaigning. He's doing rallies, and they still tell you that Joe Biden and him are running neck and neck. I wonder how that happens. How can you not campaign and still be running neck and neck with Donald Trump? Can you tell me that, Steve?
Simply because the same people that hate Donald Trump or hated him in 2020 still hate him today, and they would vote for Mickey Mouse before they would vote for Donald Trump.
Hey, here's what's really crazy about the situation, Steve. If you listen to them guys, especially I just got two more names to put on my list. I just happened to be in the truck stop the other day, and I thought them two guys, I didn't even know they were still on television. They almost as bad as CNN, MSNBC is the guy that's on there with his wife, Scarborough, and his wife. Well, you want to talk about somebody that hates Donald Trump. Them guys there, they can't wait for Donald Trump to go to jail. If he was to go to jail, they would probably have a party. Scarborough and his wife, they can't stand Donald. I think they hate him more than Don Lemon, and Don Lemon hates Donald Trump. These two guys, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. The Scarborough, the way they talk about Trump. And like I said, they just kept asking the same question over and over. I can't believe that Donald Trump is still the Republican nominee. I thought for sure that he would have lost, people would have jumped on somebody else after the first indictment. This guy got 4 indictments and he's still number one in the Republicans. The Scarborough, him and his wife, they just in total shock that Donald Trump is still leading. If Donald Trump was to go on to have the lead had a white, it'll be like it was, back in 2016, Steve, where you have people like Madonna's and the other people that say that they are Whoopi Goldberg talking about they're going to lead the country if Trump get back in the White House. And I hope he do get back in the White House. So Whoopi Goldberg and Madonna, start packing your bags and get the hell out of town in 2024 and never come back. Don't even look back when you walk out the door because nobody wants you. So hopefully that dream will come through, Steve, and we don't have to look at Madonna or Whoopi Goldberg's ugly face again if Trump get back in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thanks again. Have a good morning. 17 before the hour. All right, I've heard of them. I don't think I've ever seen one. I'm not real familiar. Hammerhead worms. Familiar? They've been spotted across the country, most recently in the East Coast. The recent reporting stated the worm is in Washington, D.C. and Virginia. An entomologist with the Insect Identification Lab at Virginia Tech explains the worm's been around for some time. The Texas Invasive Species Institute reported they started getting reports of the hammerhead worm in Texas back in the 1980s. While they may look harmless, it is important to note that they secrete toxins that can be dangerous to both humans and pets, they explain. What do they look like? The head of these flatworms resembles that of a hammerhead shark. They have a yellowish brown striped body, and they can actually grow well over a foot long. They're native to Asia. They've been in the United States for many years, sightings throughout the eastern U.S. and the Pacific coast. They probably entered the country through horticulture trade in the soil of potted plants and ended up spreading around the country the same way. You will not find hammerhead works in hot, dry area. They prefer moist, organic matter where their prey, which would be earthworms and mollusks, can be found. This includes like leaf litter, wet mulch, gardens and flower beds. Some, but not all species produce a neurotoxin in their mucus with the purpose of subduing their prey. They cannot bite or inject their toxins into humans. So the idea is don't touch them. The likelihood of their harming people or animals is it would require getting the mucus in the likes of your eyes or your mouth. If that does happen, the toxin could cause irritation of the skin or mucous membranes. If you come across hammerhead worms, consult your veterinarian if your pet develops medical symptoms after licking or ingesting one. If possible, take a photo of the worm or put it in the container to show the veterinarian. Wear gloves when handling them. Do not cut the worm up. Chop it up thinking you're going to kill it because they can regenerate from sections of the body. So you chopped it into 5 pieces. Now you got 5 hammerheads. Place the hammerhead worm in a container or bag that it cannot escape. Kill the worm using one of the following methods, then dispose of the container in the trash. Place the container in direct sun for several hours. Sprinkle some table salt in the container, maybe some hand sanitizer, or place the container in a freezer. Wash your hands thoroughly and get any mucus. If you get any mucus in your mouth or your eyes, that's what you don't want to do. Okay, hammerhead worms. All this stuff that comes out of Asia, right? Yeah. It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you on board here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. See what's going on with Daryl. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and Stryker?
Family's doing well. Stryker is officially certified now. Passed his test last week.
He's on duty, huh?
Still, this week and next, still some final training. But yes, he's certified officially, passed the test. So.
Well, sound like they could have used him up there where the guy holding the beer shot the guy at the counter in Michigan.
Yeah, right.
That would have been a good time to bring Stryker in. I heard the guy talking about the woes of owning your own truck earlier in the thing, and they used to tell me that Swift and those guys with 10 and 20,000 trailers earn a net of $10 a day with those trailers. And you think that's nothing, but 20,000 times 10 is $200,000. At the end of the week, that's $1.4 million, and at the end of the month, they've racked up around $5 or $6 million. And there's no way that a owner-operator can compete with anybody making $10 a net a day on a trailer.
Correct.
And that's why they own 10 and 20,000 trailers at a time. And it's the same way with any big business. They used to say if you can't be number one, you just can't be in business.
Mm-hmm.
GE wanted to be number one. Procter & Gamble wanted to be number one. And the young man that you're talking about, the Anthony Oliver.
Yes.
Wasn't there a fellow named Hank Williams? He used to get his songs out of True Romance magazines. And when he started singing them, he became number one all across America.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They asked him one time where in the world he got his songs, and he threw a guy a True Romance magazine. He said, right there's where you get your songs. And all this young man's doing is just listening to the man down at the service station, listening to the man down on the shipping dock, and getting his songs. It's the heart of America. But what I'm thinking is that Trump is missing the boat if he don't get this man to appear at some of these rallies. Down in Arkansas, I used to hear Governor Rockefeller running for governor, and he had Johnny Cash and the guy that wrote Blue Suede Shoes open his program. And, man, he would pack a stadium with those two guys singing.
You know, interesting. I have not seen any post or notification, anything, whether he's an actual Trump supporter. Well, you know, obviously, based on the music and his singing from the heart, he is not a supporter of the liberal policies and the current leadership up there. But it's an interesting thought. I wonder if he would show up and maybe even perform that song at a Trump rally.
Well, you remember a few years ago, the guy had the song about the United States of America, Stand Up for the United States of America. And he appeared at a lot of rallies for politicians, and he would sing that song, and the audience would just go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So singing still has impact on America, you know. I really do enjoy your show. I appreciate what you do, and I'm glad your family is doing well, and I hope Stryker strikes one of these days. I'll talk to you later.
You got it. Thank you, Daryl. Always good to hear from you. Have a great morning. All righty. What do we got here? A couple minutes before news break. It is 844-844-3388. Well, you try to do the right thing. You try to lend a helping hand, but sometimes things just don't go the way you expected, which I guess would be the case at sunny Buffalo State University, who has decided now to expel 44 migrants from their dorms after parents voiced concern over student safety following 2 alleged sexual assaults by migrants. You know, these people that are coming to America just to work hard and make a better way of life. Yeah, there ain't no bad hombres coming in there, right? According to the Daily Wire, the university abruptly canceled an agreement with a local community group that placed the migrants in the student housing. As we're welcoming our students back to campus, we wanted to ensure the best possible learning environment for our students and smooth functioning of our university operations. According to Buffalo State President, I made the difficult decision to discontinue the revocable permit, and I want to reassure our university community that as our students return to campus today, they will find their learning environment as they expected. Apparently, the Buffalo News said Buffalo State had agreed to shelter migrants in dorms back in May because the Jericho Roads migrant shelter was over capacity. The Buffalo News says, we live in a community where there's prejudice. This decision was made, really, in my opinion, as what's the right word? In reaction to that prejudice. No, the school's decision comes after parents expressed alarm about 2 separate alleged sexual assaults that involved migrants. I felt compelled to speak out about this action by Buffalo State because it was discriminatory against these asylum seekers who are human beings, just like you and me. Let's see, differing opinions, obviously. Okay, we do worse by the families we're serving if we don't speak up for them. Well, maybe for those that support them, they've been asking for people to, can you take a few into your own home? How's that for an idea? You and all your supporters, just take a couple in, problem solved.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden meeting with survivors of the wildfires in Maui as well as local officials on Monday. White House Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton said Biden will continue to work to help residents in Hawaii.
So he's asking all those questions and ensuring that FEMA is continuing to do the hard work of figuring out how we break down barriers and move critical assistance out to people as fast as possible.
Officials say 850 people are still missing, and search and rescue efforts continue. 114 people have been confirmed dead so far. Issues at airports are slowing down due to Tropical Storm Hillary on the West Coast. According to FlightAware, over 2,300 flights have been delayed within, into, or out of the U.S. on Monday. Meanwhile, close to 300 flights have been canceled. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring heavy rain and wind to South Texas tonight and Tuesday.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on Monday. He's expected to turn himself in by noon on Friday. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, House Republicans have subpoenaed 4 IRS and FBI officials to testify in the ongoing Hunter Biden investigations. There are claims the DOJ interfered to slow the investigations of Hunter Biden down. The singer-songwriter behind the viral hit Rich Men North of Richmond is making Billboard chart history. Oliver Anthony's song has debuted at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. He's the first artist to earn the top spot with no prior chart history in any form. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
A new report says Donald Trump has already recorded an expected interview with ex-Fox News host Tucker Carlson. Lisa Taylor has more.
The former president intends to skip the first Republican presidential primary debate in Milwaukee Wednesday and instead plans to air the pre-recorded interview with Carlson, according to NBC News. It's not clear where the interview will appear, but Carlson has been releasing interviews on X, formerly known as Twitter, since he was fired by Fox earlier this year. Trump confirmed plans to skip the debate over the weekend, citing his consistent lead in the polls. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Texas border with Mexico is playing host to a handful of GOP governors who are touring one of the hot spots for illegal immigration. The delegation's led by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Half of the states are banding together to step up and secure a border that President Biden has abandoned.
Since 2020, drug-related deaths have increased by 35%. The FDA has approved a vaccine that's given to pregnant women in order to protect newborn babies from RSV. Abrezvo, a single-dose shot, would be given to expectant mothers late in their pregnancy and trigger the development of antibodies that are passed on to the fetus. RSV, a respiratory infection that causes cold-like symptoms, is common in young children. Superheroes are placing a doll at the top of the box office. Barely. Blue Beetle ended the 4-week reign of Barbie. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, here we go. One more time around. Final hour. I trust your week's off to a good start as we kick things off this hour. Just looking at some of the photographs. Naval vessels. These latest generation naval vessels. Very impressive looking. story was the USS Zumwalt. Just arrived at a shipyard in Mississippi to be fitted with hypersonic weapons, according to a report from the Naval Institute this past weekend. The USS Zumwalt is the lead ship of the Zumwalt, is it Zumwalt or Zumwalt class of naval vessels. Business Insider describes her as the largest destroyer in the world. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command noted the modern ship. She was commissioned into active service in 2016, Baltimore, Maryland. Departed San Diego August 1 and will shift its home port from San Diego to Pascagoula, Mississippi to enter a modernization period and receive technology updates, including the integration of the conventional prompt strike weapons system. These upgrades will ensure she remains one of the most technologically advanced and lethal ships in the U.S. Navy. So after several weeks, the ship indeed arrived at the Pascagoula shipyard. Ingalls Shipbuilding. Per the U.S. Naval History website, a next-generation stealth-guided missile destroyer built to be the multifunctional and deployable in various roles. Some have criticized the enormous cost that was invested in the ship. Now, they've had some technical issues that they've encountered, but that's been addressed, they say. And now USNI and Naval Institute reported that the twin 155 advanced gun systems on board will be replaced with 4 87-inch missile tubes, each tube containing 3 common hypersonic glide bodies. Looking to have the weapons installed and the ship deployable by 2025. Yeah, we're talking about deploying the system on DDG-1000. That's 3 years from now. However, it's reportedly questioned that timeline, suggesting it may be longer before the ship's actually ready to deploy. But yeah, fascinating technology with the modern naval force. And it is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Vic?
Well, I guess I said my name right tonight. But well, you were talking about the those Hawaiian bars and President Biden going over there. Well, you know, yesterday morning we were mentioning they're going to come up with some sort of emergency. Did you hear him today that people are wanting Biden to declare a climate emergency?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I don't know what that would look like, but the whole thing is like with the forest over there in Hawaii and everything. The U.S. Forest Service was started because of a fire that happened the same night the Chicago they had the Chicago fire. It was a city in Wisconsin. I've forgotten the name of it. But anyway, it had basically wiped out that city and a lot of other things, but it never got much press. And then finally, the U.S. Forest Service says, we know how to prevent all these forest fires. The point being that before there was a U.S. Forest Service scientifically managing all these forest fires were a normal occurrence. It's like, you know, well, it's forest fire season again, and that's just the way it is. So
right.
I'm not exactly how they're going to declare these climate emergencies. And the other thing, too, is to kind of get into one of my interests there. You know, in Revelations, it says that the people that understand numbers will be able to calculate the day that this civilization will end. And right now, there are people that are going around looking at all these structures like Stonehenge, and apparently there are quite a few around the world, and they're lining it up with like what would this structure, whatever it is, if the sky was at a certain position, on the equinoxes, like spring and summer, and they say a lot of those things are lined up with certain events. And they're going back and they're looking at these to try to determine the date of the civilizations. And apparently, when there were other people here long before what we say there was in recorded history, but anyway, as they go back and look at that in time, the feeling is that there was some information left behind, rather, with the hieroglyphs and all those stone carvings. And also, when the missionaries started going around the world, and these people the natives would show them stone tablets or wooden tablets and said they were from the gods. Well, the missionaries felt compelled to destroy all those because these people were worshiping a false god. So who knows what information they burned up. So when I hear these people running around saying, oh, this never happened before, and all this other stuff, it's like, I don't think you people have read anything past yesterday's headline, you know, and something to raise money for. But anyway, enough on that. And last night I was going to mention this whole thing with Yellow. Did you notice how that a lot of the employees and everything had went off and started a new brokerage company and other little, subsections of companies, and basically from the carcass of Yellow, for lack of a better term? And the reason I bring that up, there was an individual that was talking about how these Yellow drivers didn't want to be hard because of their habits and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, years ago, whenever I was running for one of these outlaw companies, chameleon companies, whatever you want to call them, one of the guys that was setting these up, he said to me, if I can get a dispatcher and 2 drivers inside a company, I'll own that company within 5 years. And he has a whole procedure he did, and I've seen him do that. And I always thought at times he was like a handmaiden to larger companies. Whether he was or not, I don't know. But oddly enough, and whether this had any connection or not, but I had a call from Calgary, Alberta, just as Yellow was breaking up. And that's where this individual, he went back to Canada. And I said, no, surely it couldn't. And then somebody sent me the whole thing about the breakup of Yellow and how they had started these brokerage companies. And it just hit me, if those people were in the Yellow brokerage, before they broke up, they could direct freight all different kinds of ways. And at the time, that's when I was out there driving. And I would hear, Spaceman and some others call up and say, we have no freight and this, that, and the other. And I had a YRC load on at the time, and I always thought, we're doing all kinds of work for YRC Logistics. I don't understand this. Why are they having such problems? And then, what was his name that drove for Goodrich? I think he drove for Holland. Or
correct, yes.
And that was the other thing, too. I thought, these were perfectly profitable companies. And how did the Department of Transportation and the Department of Justice allow Yellow, which had one foot in the grave and another on a banana peel, come in and take these profitable companies over and basically raid their cash reserves? None of that ever made any sense to me. It's like there has to be something bigger going on here, and I don't know if maybe they just wanted to break Yellow or what, because Yellow was a holdover from the old regulated days and the permits, and they had a lock on a lot of freight. I don't know, whatever was going on. But back to the here and now, if that was going on and they had those type of people that had wormed their way inside of Yellow, I would imagine a lot of people within the trucking industry, they probably are taking a pretty hard look. It's like, hey, we don't want those people coming over here and getting ready to submarine us. And the other odd part to me about this whole thing is we haven't heard word one from the Department of Transportation and looking at this and making sure that this breakup just follows good business practices. I haven't even heard anything from Mayor Pete. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that, because if those guys are trying to get jobs and they're having to fight that, it's going to be an uphill battle all the way.
Yeah, I did see the headline this past day that, as we well know, many of these former Yellow drivers are having a difficult time finding, well, especially a similar job, because Brain Dead kind of pointed that out, that many of them were able to had their regular runs, made it home on a regular nightly basis sort of thing, and don't like the prospect of having to go over the road for weeks at a time. But I guess you gotta make hard decisions. You may never find a job like that again, at least in the short term. Give it time and maybe. But since you brought it up, we last week, I think Brain Dead actually did forward this to me, where they were kind of the lawyers representing some of these drivers were trying to give an update on what processes is taking place. Of course, Yellow is planning to pretty much liquidate over the next 6 months or so. Sell all the terminals, trucks, trailers. Now, to do that all in 6 months is a pretty ambitious plan, they said, but again, we hope it comes true. The attorneys, Yellow's attorneys, told the court that Yellow terminated 28,400 employees and kept 1,600 who are still working. They asked the court for permission to pay the wages of the retained employees, which the bankruptcy judge approved. Pretty much a standard request, which is routinely granted. They say that the terminated employees will not be paid any of their wages for time worked or for vacation pay until Yellow's assets are liquidated and the bankruptcy plan's confirmed. That's at the end of the projected 6 months time frame. Now, as you recall, they say we initiated the Warren class action in Delaware District Court, immediately refiled in the Delaware Bankruptcy Court once Yellow filed for bankruptcy. The class action lawsuit seeks 60 days pay and benefits for each terminated employee who worked or reported to a company site that had 50 or more full-time employees. That's the threshold for coverage under the federal Warren Act. Now, if you worked or reported to a company site in New York, the threshold for coverage is 25 full-time employees. Based on the information we've gathered from the hundreds of you who completed our retainer and questionnaire form, at least half the terminated employees will be covered by this class action. Many of you have asked about representatives in our class action. The current complaint actually had 12 named plaintiffs or representatives. They list off the names and the states involved. We're in the process of amending the complaint to add additional representatives. We'll share that complaint when it's filed. If you worked at a site that is not listed, do not worry. It doesn't mean your site is not covered by the class action. Some of you have asked about the class action that was filed in Tennessee by a single plaintiff. While the lawyer who filed the lawsuit has represented unions, the lawsuit was not filed by the union. Regardless, that lawsuit is stayed as a result of the bankruptcy filing. No litigation can proceed other than the bankruptcy court, which is why we moved our class action to the bankruptcy court. We know some of you have already lost health insurance when the company closed. If you incur any out-of-pocket medical bills during the 60 days since your termination that would have been covered under the health insurance plan, please keep your receipts and forward them to us. Those medical expenses are recoverable as part of the Warren damages as well. That was an update, and it's 21 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 23 past the hour, and what do you say, Scarecrow? How's your week starting out?
Well, I put yesterday behind me in flight fashion. I kind of just floated along in the program and whatnot, taking it all in and whatnot. But, yeah, I guess nothing out of the ordinary. I've been staring at a engine light on my dash here the entire trip, but it hasn't skipped a beat. So these Freightliners, you get used to looking at them probably. So
that's normal.
It is what it. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, when I left, I messaged my co-driver. I said, "Well, looks like the Olson curse is hanging over me again." And he said, "No, that's a Cascadia curse." So I'll go with that. Vic, he was making reference to Peshtigo, Wisconsin. The Peshtigo fire took place the same time as the Chicago fire, and in scope, it far exceeded, the Chicago fire, but notoriety and such, reigned. And the actual Peshtigo fire, that went almost unknown for quite some time. But yeah, it was a pretty significant event, at that time, and it's been a few years since I read up on it. I can't repeat numbers or whatnot, but yeah, that's what Vic was making a reference to there. Hold my beer. Was that spontaneous there, Steve, or have you been sitting back for weeks and maybe months just waiting for the opening to be able to lay that out there?
Hold my beer. He didn't have to say it, though.
Yeah. Wondering if it was Skullbuster brand or not. But,
it was indeed. It was Miller Lite. Miller Lite. They did point that out.
That's right.
They had a case of Miller Lite. Yes.
Yeah, that did surprise me that they made note of that. I was thinking more likely maybe it was more of a go ahead and make my day, or are you feeling lucky, that type of thing. But yeah, hold my beer. I guess that certainly fits too. The thoughts are that civil defense sirens down in Hawaii there. I wonder if they were maybe set off though prior to Biden's arrival or upon his arrival, just to alert and warn everybody about the impending lip service they were going to receive. Referencing Horse Feather's first call there, Steve, are we to be on our best behavior tomorrow night? Well, I guess it's tonight now. You've got visitors joining you in the studio, the way it sounded there. Are we supposed to kind of clean up our material and what we talk about for politics, things like that?
I don't.
What's your?
I think we're gonna, for the most part, we can do what we typically do, So I hope y'all will keep those lines busy and make them feel welcome.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Hopefully, everybody listening out there would be an excellent night for a few first-time callers there too, and such.
It would, yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, Mindy wants to wants to be here to actually see, what goes on, what I'm doing, in preparation to start the show, and what the process is going to be when she starts getting commercial advertisements in, and how it has to be loaded in the system here, and those sort of things. It's going to be a learning process, but. Yeah, that's what they're coming in for. Of course, Mindy, she was a sales manager on the Hot Shot Secret side. She's taken on this new role. It's going to be kind of a challenge for her. And Bud's coming down because Bud wants to see what goes on as well. Bud's another level up. He's not the top boss, but he's got a boss above him. But he's my boss.
Oh, okay, all right. Well. You probably don't want Turbo racing into the studio there at the inopportune moment or anything then. But
lock that damn dog
or
up.
Actually, maybe that'd be a welcome. He might be a dog-type person. He might warm up to him or something.
Yeah, that mutt's got sharp claws, and he likes to get overly friendly, jump all over you. I can show the scratches on my arm where he says, hey, Daddy, hey, Daddy. All right, let me get a news break here.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's bond has been set at $200,000 in his Georgia election case. Trump's lawyers met with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office today to negotiate terms of his bond and release. He's expected to surrender to charges this week. The National Hurricane Center says a tropical system centered in the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring rain and winds to South Texas.
That is forecast to become tropical storm strength by the time it reaches the southern coast of Texas tomorrow morning.
National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Rome says the storm could bring up to 6 inches of rain to parts of South Texas. IRS and FBI officials are being subpoenaed by House Republicans as part of their investigation into the Hunter Biden tax case. Republicans say they believe the agents have information on a meeting last year attended by Special Counsel David Weiss and want them to answer questions before Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You know, talking earlier how everything's gone digital, the music industry. If you check out, you know, what used to be aisles and aisles of CDs in your box stores, your Walmarts, your Targets. I mean, it's just a fraction of what it used to be. Same is going on with the likes of television. Years ago, they said AM radio, and when FM came into fruition, AM would disappear. Well, it's still around, but not nearly what it used to be. When cable television came onto the scene, they said, well, that'll be the demise of actual broadcast television. Gradually, the streaming has been the one that's really taking over. Streaming viewership now is at an all-time high, 38.7% in July, as traditional television usage, broadcast and cable television, both have dropped below 50% for the first time ever. They call it cutting the cord, have caused cable television share to fall below 30% in the month of July, down nearly 3% in just a month's time since June. Broadcast dropped to 20%. And the combined streaming services reaching highs, up 2.9% just last month. Cable had a 40.1% monthly share as recently as June of 21. Linear television is past the point of no return, according to Yahoo Finance. Streaming's rise has been steady at the expense of traditional TV since the surges during the pandemic, the lockdowns, forced economic changes, had the people hunkering down and looking for in-home entertainment options. Revenue for cable and satellite services probably permanently negative as pricing increases fail to increase usage. That's the thing. I mean, these prices for cable that go up and up and up. It's unreal. We think the metrics for linear television are all bad. Ad revenue across our media network coverage fell 13% on average in the second quarter. That included the likes, going back to the first quarter, which included the Super Bowl. We forecast the second half of the year will get slightly better, but remain negative, including an off-political year comparison. Pay TV homes fell to 41 million during the second quarter of this year. That's down from 50 million in the second quarter of 2021, 45 million in the second quarter of last year. Yes, people are cutting the cable in the millions. All right, back to Scarecrow. Sorry about that. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, Steve, entertainment, it streams into our house. Got the Roku stick on about 3 or 4 different TVs, and I think she subscribed to that Hulu or whatever, so we get the network channels too, if need be, and whatnot. It was almost humorous. In fact, it was yesterday when I went down and grabbed our mail. Here's a envelope from, I guess that was Dish Network, and I'm carrying that up the drive, and I'm trying to think how many years has it been since we even had a satellite dish on the roof, much less subscribing and paying rates and whatnot. But yeah, it certainly sounds like I thought it was pretty unique when she subscribed for the streaming and such versus I think we were on cable, if I remember right. Well, that's how much attention I paid to it.
Right,
but,
right.
But yeah, it's a fact of life, Over the weekend, I did take time, Steve, to subscribe to the Epoch Times. I've been kind of getting about daily, if not a couple times a day, they'll send you an email and there'll be some interesting headlines. Well, there'll be stories that you want to follow up on.
Got to subscribe.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I just didn't want to mess with that. But, they've had a special going for some time now. I think it's 25 cents a week. And, well, I thought I can afford 2 bits for the year or whatever, and 2 bits a week. And so, yeah, I went ahead and from the downside, I see a lot of their news and stories. It's video presentation and such, and I'm not going to take time to sit and spend hours following up and all that. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a worthwhile investment, at least for the time being. And in fact, the talk about the masks and whatnot, that was one thing that came up yesterday. The story, the doctor and his staff and some other members, they've been after the CDC for quite some time to change their definitions and posture on the use of masks. That they flat tell them, you're supposed to be following the science. You're not following the science on this. You're just, you're after your narrative. What they want. It's not what is reality. And they refuse. They can't even get a response from them. The CDC and there was another alphabet, government type, group too. But and well, it's no secret you've been dwelling on the whole mask thing now, especially the last couple of nights and whatnot. Boy, it's certainly that's a snowball picking up speed, that's for certain.
Yep.
Such so either way, I have Well, I won't have it. I'll save it for Friday. It's best not to present it tomorrow night. I'm not going to burn up more airtime on you here now, Steve. So we'll back out of it here for the moment, and we'll kind of gather our thoughts for tomorrow night and see what we can do. So thanks.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Yep. Have a great night. Horse feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So here's a question for you. These masks and everything, we got these medical supplies out here now. We've had them here for a couple years now since COVID got done, right? We got this whole stockpile built back up and everything, and the great big, humongous, probably big stockpile. I bet you if you look, there's an expiration date on them, as well as the other stuff going on. I bet you if you look close, there's an expiration date on them, and we got to get rid of all these so we can replace them with new ones now.
Mm-hmm.
So what better way to come up with a way to make everybody, to be able to replace the ones they have, as to say, hey, yeah, everybody's got to buy them now. We got to get rid of all these so we can get all our new ones. But anyway, so hey, out there in Buffalo, there, that deal down there is that campus there is the State University of New York there in Buffalo. It's called SUNY.
SUNY, okay. SUNY. I call it SUNY. I think I called it SUNY. Oh, well.
Yeah, you called it SUNY. Yeah, no, it was close. But anyways, there. So it's the as I say. But out there, of course, Buffalo is one of those sanctuary cities, and the liberals out there, they all wanted to be, save the world and all that. And so anyways, well, you get what you ask for, right? So anyways, and the other one I caught you on there is, of course, we're in this brake inspection week there, and I don't know if you've mentioned it to all the people out here starting their week on Tuesday there, but you were talking about doing the brakes and the S-cams, being flipped over, and the brake chambers and the airlines rubbing, and holes that are non-manufactured rubbed through things, and your clevis pin.
Is it a clevis?
Clevis pin. You were calling it clevis like Cleveland is a clevis pin, but that's all right. We allow you to do that because we know what you're talking about.
Good to have those monitors out there to catch me on these things.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get you all correct before all the bigwigs come in. You don't make those mistakes tomorrow.
I can all but assure you, next time I share the story, I'll probably say it the same way I did the last time.
Well, just remember, it's not hot in Clevis, like hot in Cleveland.
Clevis.
But anyways, yeah.
Well, hell, I called Lauren Weiss, Lauren Weiss for 2 years, and he never corrected me.
Something like that. Yeah, how come? He must have liked it. Maybe he was going to change his name to that. I don't know.
Well, funny thing is, his name is spelled the same way as this guy that's been put in charge of Hunter Biden's investigation. It's the exact same spelling, and the news pronounces his name as Weiss. And, of course, Lauren goes by Weiss. So I don't know. Maybe it's a preference of how you like it to be said.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, well, anyways, it's just, I don't know. This whole English language is a whole messed up thing anyways. So anyways, so the Army's going to allow the candidates to use a calculator, sounds like, to come up to find out if 2 + 2 = 2 × 2. Is that what the whole deal is?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah. Made you think on that one. Didn't we?
Whole lot of people coming out of even the likes of high school can't really pass basic math these days.
No, they, as I say, they can't check to make sure that 2 + 2 = 2 × 2. It's kind of strange that an addition number can add up to a multiplication number. How does that happen? But anyway, yeah, I know it's a pretty sad state of affair. And I see what what the 10-year-old grandson brings home in homework and that, and it's like, you're not learning much in the math class here, are you? And he says, no, not really, don't understand it. And I say, well, I understand why, because I can't even figure this out. And this is just basic crap for a 10-year-old. So there's no doubt that you have to have some sort of electronic device to do it, because what they're apparently trying to teach just ain't there for what we grew up with. But anyways, that's we got going, and that's about what we got going for you. And we'll look forward to the big show tonight, and maybe we can come up with some good information and questions, and we'll see how everything works out there.
All right. Let's do that. Hey, and if anyone out there has any, we'd like to have, I'd love to have some calls with some accolades about, hey, I tried that stick shift eliminator, and that stuff's amazing, or I took a shot and used the Hot Shot Secrets Shift Restore. Yeah, just gave it a try, thinking, it might save me hundreds of dollars having a transmission service, and lo and behold, it worked. I'd love to have some calls like that. Yeah, I had actually set this story aside. It's several weeks ago, and we just mentioned basic math skills. Now, when I have tried to help the likes of my grandchildren, Rowan in particular, with math, and I try to sit down and explain how to do things, math is being taught in a totally different way on a number of levels. And when I'm trying to tell him how to do this, he's like, no, that's not the way you do it. All right, so, how many years has it been since, I was in school learning math? I guess they've come up with new ways of teaching mathematics. Saved the story. LeBron James established the I Promise School back in 2018 to help educate at-risk students. However, not one of the students at the NBA Stars school in Akron has passed Ohio's state math test, according to the new report. The I Promise School, which teaches children from 1st through 8th grade, being outed for poor performance in mathematics. The Akron Beacon Journal reported this fall's class of 8th graders at the I Promise School has not had a single student pass the state's basic math test since the group was in 3rd grade. During a school board meeting, the public schools board member said, not one in 3 years. The district's director of school improvement responded, yes, it is discouraging. The Akron Beacon Journal also added the state's also issued its first concern about the school. 2 of I Promise's biggest subgroups of students, black students, and those with disabilities, are now testing in the bottom 5% in the state, which has landed the school on the Ohio Department of Education's list of those requiring targeted intervention. A school board president said, for me as a board member, I just think about all the resources that we're providing, and I'm disappointed. I don't think it doesn't appear like we're seeing the kind of change we would have expected to see. Now, there's a new, Stephanie Davis, who was appointed as the new principal of the school this year. They say should be the perfect person to lead the I Promise School and all the families to the success we know that they can achieve. But not one student in 3 years' time passing the basic math tests. You get to that point, and you're just a few years from graduation. I mean, no wonder so many potential military recruits cannot pass the math portion of the entrance requirements to join the military even.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we kind of heading down the home stretch here. Who we got on the line? It says Arthur, is that correct?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
You were saying about someone had anything to say about Stiction Eliminator. I was looking up for my car, 2010 Chevrolet Equinox, 2.4 liter, 4-cylinder, average timing chain life 80 to 120,000. Well, I use Stiction Eliminator mine. I've got 262,000, and the chain is still quiet.
Wow.
There you go.
Very
use
impressive.
Stiction Eliminator. Because I've had people try to argue with me. They can't have that much miles on it. Well, use Stiction Eliminator. Don't do extended oil drains because you have direct injection, and you have a possibility of getting fuel contamination, in oil.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Stiction Eliminator. My son has been. He's got a newer truck. He's got direct injection. I got him. He's using that in his pickup truck too, gas engine. You can use it in diesel and gas. So
correct. Yes, sir.
Great stuff.
All right. Well, thank you much for chiming in, Arthur.
Yes. You have a good night. Bye.
All right. Yep. Of course, my hope was they'd call when the boss is in the house, but that's okay. Yeah, maybe they'll catch it on the podcast. What are you saying, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I was confused about all them entertainers and songs that dude was talking about there. And hey, horse feathers, it's forward, buddy. That's what they yell in golf there, ain't it? I heard them rich people out in Palm Springs, California, was singing Johnny Cash last weekend. How's the water, Mom? Steve, what's the deal with them migrants and the sex and spray paint on trailers and rail cars? I never understood all that. So I do want to give a congratulations. Hold on, let me see if I can say this right. El Equipo Español de Football Femenino. Oh, Spain's women won their first World Cup, Steve, in soccer there.
I saw that,
and I couldn't have picked a better player than Megan Rapinoe to lose it for the USA there. And I read where a dog's owner eats his passport 1 week before the destination. He was flying to Italy there, and it was a golden retriever. I understand all about that. But Ziggy, he woke me up 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, and he didn't want to go out the back door. He went out the front door, and I shouldn't have never opened that front door because there was 4 boys out there in the street with a 12-foot ladder trying to load it on top of a car, but they didn't get that ladder on that car after Ziggy got out there. The guy lives across the street. His teenage boy was trying to sneak back in the second-story window after staying out all night there. So, after we woke his daddy up, he got in a lot of trouble there. So, Trump, he's worth about $2 billion. So $200,000 ain't no big deal for him.
Correct.
You know, Robin Williams said that Trump was scary there. He played Monopoly with real people and real buildings there. So, well, it's quitting time. Steve, have a great morning, buddy.
All right, indeed, it is. It is that time, is it not? Hey, real quick, hello, Truckin' Phil, I got you. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. What do you got? 84 in Fort Wayne, 76 Sterling Heights today. Safe travels as you do that thing. Truckin' Phil, have a great day, and Semper Fi. And yeah, we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. And yeah, hope you'll join us and hope you'll chime in as Mindy will be here, the new sales and overall operations manager of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Bud will be in-house as well. Hope you'll join us right here